Good morning, everybody. I want to welcome you to the October 22nd, 2024 meeting of the Calvert County Board of Commissioners. At this time, I'd like to ask Pastor Becerra if they would come forward and give us an invocation, please. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for the honor for being here. Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we thank you for this great opportunity that I have to be here with the leaders in our Calvert County, for the privilege that it is, Lord, to pray as a community. We pray, Lord, for direction, for humility, for empathy for our leaders, for our commissioners here in our county. We want to pray, Lord, that your Spirit will continue to work in each citizen of this jurisdiction. We pray, Lord, that you will continue to be the king of our home, our city, our county, our state, and especially our country. In the midst of divisions and misunderstandings, we ask, Lord, for you to unite us and help us to have clarity as we move forward in faith. Dear Lord, we ask for you to bless this very meeting today on October 22nd, 2024. That will be made, Lord, the decisions that will be made will be for your glory, for your honor. And Lord, we ask also for you to bless each family here represented, here as the leaders and the audience here behind me, and every citizen in this county as well, Lord, that may be facing challenges at this moment. And we ask, Lord, for you to help them and to meet them at their point of need. We ask, Lord, for your infinite blessings, and we thank you again for this privilege to be able to pray here for this Board of Commissioners, Lord. And we ask for you to lead our county, our government with your blessing, Lord. We pray that you will lead us right now with your infinite and sweet touch. Thank you, Lord. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Pastor. We appreciate you coming in with us this morning. The next item on the agenda is to approve the agenda. Are there any corrections or additions to the agenda as presented?
I move that we approve and adopt the agenda, moving the presentation to proceed to consent.
Second. I have a motion and a second to approve the agenda with one minor change in the schedule. Is there any discussion on that motion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. I have some public service announcements today. Unfortunately, as we begin most, we have some condolences. Last week, Mr. Clyde Jones Jr. of Huntingtown passed away. He was in his 90s. He lived a very long, fulfilling life. And as most of you, if you didn't know Mr. Jones, if you drive up Route 2, you've heard the name because Clyde Jones Road is up there. So it tells you a little about the history of Mr. Jones, that he got a road named after him. Also, yesterday, Fred Holtzberger died. Fred was a past chief of Dunkirk Volunteer Fire Department. His family is a fire department family. His son, his grandson are both members at Prince Frederick. So we want to send our condolences to the Holtzberger family. And also Greg Bowen, who served his entire career at Planning and Zoning, ended up as Director of Planning and Zoning. His wife Tammy died yesterday after a long battle. So we want to send our condolences to all those families and send our prayers. Also, want to remind everyone that early voting starts this coming Thursday on the 24th, and it'll run until the 31st. The voting centers are open from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. There are 3 places in Calvert County where you can early vote: the Community Resources Building right here on Duke Street in Prince Frederick, the Southern Community Center in Lusby, and Ward Farm Park up in Dunkirk. Just to remind you again, it starts this Thursday, 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. until October 31st. And there's going to be a Halloween drive-through event at the Halloween Point Park on this Friday, October 25th, from 6 to 8 p.m. The event is free and offers a continuous drive-through course of spooky scenes with a few stops along the way to gather goodie bags. Don't miss the stops. That's the best part. That's all I have for now. The first item on the agenda is a ceremony with the Sheriff's Office to swear in some new deputies. Sheriff?
Morning, Commissioners.
Morning.
Morning.
I thought it was fall, but it's supposed to be 80
80 degrees there.
82.
Yeah, again, thank you for doing this, presenting our new deputy that we just hired in front of you in the county as well. Gavin Short, can you please come forward, please? Gavin went to Calverton. He's a resident of the county, spent 5 years in Anne Arundel County PD, received Officer of the Month 3 times in a row. We're lucky to have him. He's also a National Guard of Maryland, too, as well. He serves our country, which I'm proud of, and also his wife is a county school teacher as well, so, and he's a resident of Calvert County. So I just want to introduce you, if you want to say a few words.
Thank you all for having me. I'm happy to be here.
Absolutely. Welcome aboard.
Welcome. Perfect. Come on forward. Come on up. Are you ready? Okay, would you raise your right hand, please? Repeat after me. I state your name.
I, Gavin McGregor Stewart,
Do promise or declare
do promise or declare
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
and that I will be faithful
and that I will be faithful
and bear true allegiance
and bear true allegiance
to the state of Maryland
to the state of Maryland
and support the Constitution
and support the Constitution
and laws thereof,
and laws thereof,
and that I will,
and that I will,
to the best of my skill and judgment,
to the best of my skill and judgment,
diligently and faithfully,
diligently and faithfully,
without partiality or prejudice,
without partiality or prejudice,
execute the office of
execute the office of
Deputy Sheriff
Deputy Sheriff
for Calvert County
for Calvert County
according to the Constitution
according to the Constitution
and laws of this state,
and laws of the state,
and that I will not,
and that I will not,
for lucre of malice,
for lucre of malice,
delay any person
delay any person
applying to me for any business
applying to me for any business
belonging to the office I officiate in,
belonging to the office I officiate in,
and that I will not directly or indirectly
and that I will not directly or indirectly
ask,
ask,
take,
take,
exact,
exact,
demand, or receive
demand, or receive
from any charge
from any charge
to any such person,
to any such person,
to my own use any fee
to my own use any fee
or reward
or reward
whatsoever for any services
whatsoever for any services
I may do as deputy
I may do as deputy
of the said office,
of the said office,
and that in making out the office fees,
and that in making out the office fees,
I will not wittingly or willingly
I will not wittingly or willingly
charge other or higher fees
charge other or higher fees
than are allowed by law.
than are allowed by law.
Congratulations.
Ms. Short, please come forward for the pinning.
Thank you so much. Congratulations. Yeah, you could go right up front. Does any other members from the sheriff's office want to come up and get in the picture? Come on. Don't be scared. Come on. I know y'all are dressed up. Let's go. You're welcome. I didn't want you to miss out. I know.
All the eye candy's on the side.
There we go. Just watch your step. See those smiles.
Good, Katie?
Nope, we have one more. Roslyn. One more smile.
The legacy for you too. There we go. Now I see it. 3, 2, 1. More. Congratulations.
Are you sure?
Might have to tee you up, sure.
All right, so as most of you know, we started a thing about a month ago, bringing in a dog that's up for adoption. So I think we have a visitor this morning who's a little rambunctious. He's very friendly, even though he's rambunctious.
He seems to like Marty a lot.
Good morning. My name's Brandy. I'm the animal care supervisor at the Linda Kelly Animal Shelter. And this here is Riley. She's about 3.5 years old. She's been with us for about 165 days or so. And as you can see, she is very energetic, but she does calm down. This is a new environment, so she does calm. She loves to snuggle. She loves to give kisses, and she very much enjoys treats.
She could work at Walmart.
She
She could
could.
be the Walmart greeter.
She can be the new greeter, absolutely.
She's
As
met
long
everybody
as,
in this
they have
room.
treats for her.
Yeah.
But yeah, so she's available. She's along with many others. If you're not able to adopt, please come down and volunteer, or you can volunteer. Just come walk dogs.
He'll
or,
take her home.
Yeah, I know.
And we enjoy donations at enrichment for the dogs. You know, it's very helpful for them. So
And you have all kinds of dogs, all shapes and
all
sizes.
kinds of dogs, shapes, sizes. We have cats, guinea pigs. You
Yeah.
name it, we probably got it.
Yeah.
So, and if we don't have it today, we might tomorrow.
I saw this one. It reminds me of my son's
Should we
dog.
put her in the chair so she can just fill in today?
I mean, she enjoyed the bench earlier, so.
Some people probably think she'd do a better job than we
She
do.
would. So this is adoption week, something special this week going on? Just,
I don't think this week,
No,
no.
just normal adoptions.
No.
okay, just, she's been here a long time.
Yeah, she was part of a animal control case we
And
had,
Christmas
so.
is around the corner, folks.
It is.
There's no better gift than a dog.
You might be right. I think it is. It's National, like, Pit Bull Adoption Month, yeah.
Hey, what's up,
And
dog?
she's a pit mix. She said hello.
You want my job?
Look how friendly this
She's like,
girl
which one
is.
of you wants to adopt me?
You know, when my son got a dog that looks very much like this one, I told you I was
Yeah.
terrified because of the reputation of pits. And they have 2 children in their home, and that dog
Yeah.
has been wonderful.
They're very sweet.
Very
they're
loving.
They're loyal, yeah.
I've kept her for a few days and no problems.
Hit? Got a hit? The police have all left, you're good.
I mean, we're open till 4. You can always hang out with her. Bring her back later. You ready, girl?
Thank you for bringing her in.
All right, thank you guys. Y'all have
Thank
a
you.
good day.
Thank
Have a
you.
good day. So we also have Dr. Townsend with us this morning. You want a minute? Sure.
Good morning,
Morning.
Commissioners.
Good morning.
Also, shout out to the new officer. Congratulations to him. I think that's cool. I just want to give you a quick update on a couple of things that we have going on in Calvert County Public Schools. First, we keep our ongoing meetings with the budget department here at the county level. As a matter of fact, myself, Mr. Oh my goodness, I know your name.
Mr. Miller?
Bruce, Mr. Bruce, Ms. Linda Turner, we connected last week with our CFO, and we have those ongoing. We have a lunch coming up in a couple of weeks, myself and our
Lunch?
county administrator, trying to keep those lines of communications open as much as we possibly can. But I wanted to share some good news with regard to our audit. We finished the fiscal year 24 extremely strong in Calvert County. We're going to give a thorough update to our Board of Education in an upcoming budget meeting. I just want to pre-message some information. So for example, Calvert County Public Schools, not only did we finish strong, but on the revenue side, we had nearly a $2 million payment from our Care First, which were for favorable claims. That was one factor. In addition, we had earned $1.2 million in interest on some of our idle funds we put into investments. So we're excited about that. On the expenditure side, we had a significant underspending that was due in part to, we put a hiring freeze in place. We put a lot of different freezes in place, with the exception of purchasing things like AED batteries, food for child nutrition, custodial paper products, services for IEP, et cetera, stuff that we had to do, but things we didn't have to do. So, for example, we paused most of our workshops, conferences, and things that were not approved before we decided to put a freeze in place. I just wanted to share that, and very excited that we had 0 findings in our audit. 0 findings. By law, we had to have that submitted by September 30th. Got that in on time, no findings. So we're good with our practices. I want to share we are working ongoing with the performance audit. Let me just share. Very challenging because we had to do our law mandated based audit in addition to a performance audit. But our team has turned in every document that has been requested, maybe with the exception of one document. I'll just share one small challenge. When I took on the district July of 2022, we did not have a business office for about 3 months. Everybody retired. So having that institutional knowledge of locating some documents from 4, 5, 6 years ago, that it has been a challenge. So we had our team working overtime over weekend, doing everything possible to get everything in needed. We want to meet the goal, I think it was by December, to have this thing done. I do remember saying something about them pushing it out 3 months, but we said, hey, don't do that. Here's everything you need and even more. One challenge also is you turn one thing in, 2 days later, say, hey, give us this and do it by tomorrow. And that's challenging to do with a limited staff. In comparison, we probably have less than 10 people in our business department. Hard work to do. So just FYI, I want to pre-message that we are working hard and in good faith. We've communicated that with your team. So I just want to pre-message that to our commissioners. Very last, in Calvert County, as you know, safety is our #1 priority. I did have the opportunity to attend the Safety and Student Wellbeing Committee meeting, so very looking forward to the next meeting in the upcoming weeks. But I want to share, I do have a meeting today at 1:00 p.m. with, I want to make sure I get his title correct, Lieutenant Colonel David Payne and Sheriff Cox to discuss the rave panic button. Very excited to learn about that, to see how that can add value to student safety in Calvert County Public Schools. That's all the information I have today. Happy to answer any questions, comments, or concerns.
So how's the school year going so far?
We're rolling. The education environment or the culture of learning is a lot better, especially with the policies we put in place, such as cell phone. Now you're going to still have young people do what young people do, but we have significantly reduced cell phones in our schools, dress code policy with no hoods, and our electronic policy with young people not allowed to bring their personal devices. So we're rolling, man. I'm very encouraged with how our young people are going to perform academically. Their behaviors are a lot better. Teachers are reporting that young people are communicating better, having those social skills because they're interactive. They're not walking like this all day on their cell phones. So it's very encouraging, very, very encouraging. We have to be cognizant honeymoons only last for a little bit of time. So when we meet with our administrators in the coming days, we're going to have on our agenda to talk about how's the policies working, how are we implementing them, what can we do better, what support do you need from the district to help you reinforce, and then what support do your teachers need to keep that reinforcement in the classroom. So also why I have this platform, if we have families that are watching, we need that reinforcement at home. That's the biggest cheat code for us. If families hold young people accountable and say, you do what the school asks you to do, and then we do our part, that sandwich right there will keep young people on the straight and narrow, because we only have young people for about 6 hours a day, but then there's a whole additional 18 hours that they have to live in our society. So that's the long and short of it.
So we did get notified about the extension for the deadline for the audit. You think that's going to get adjusted?
That's my prayer. My prayer is that it stays on that December timeline. I did see the extension, I believe, to probably March. I don't like that. We don't want that at all, and we do think that's unreasonable for a document or two. I mean, we've submitted hundreds of papers of whatever they asked for. So we're leaned all the way into this. Everything is being done in good faith, and we're on the same team. And last, I do want to thank you guys for continuing to advocate for the monies we lost last year because of our state aid. for whatever the reason, and we're going to continue to do our part. I did have the opportunity to write a joint letter with the county commission in addition to signing the letter from the delegation that signed to advocate for our funds. So I'm all in to see if we can recruit that 22.5. If it doesn't happen, obviously we have to, have tough conversations and potentially make tough decisions. So we understand fiscal year 26 budget cycle is extremely challenging, but we are working in good faith. I have a great team that's moving forward. I'm ensuring that we have these monthly meetings along with our county leadership, and that's where we are right now.
Very good.
Thank
Thank
you.
you, sir.
I want to tell you, kudos out to your athletic department. I travel around and watch a lot, and and I am a little partial, obviously, to us over here, but I will tell you, I watch how our athletes behave. You take football, it's a very physical, passionate sport. I watch the other team help each other up.
Good.
Somebody's hurt. I watch a concern on both sides. And I watch how the coaches respond. And I see coaches teaching, good sportsmanship and respect. And I'll keep it to our county. Me personally, I haven't seen us be out of the way anyway. And I'm so impressed week after week when I watch, what they're teaching these young folks about, because it's about being out in the world later on, and to compete that hard and still be respectful,
Yes.
I think is a great thing out to those departments. So we just want to say thank you.
Thank you for sharing that. We have a hard-working staff. We really, really do. And shout out to those team members, coaches, staff, principals, teachers. I don't care what your role is in Calvert County Public School. Our philosophy is to be the best you possibly can be every single day. Now, far from perfect, we know that, but we are pretty clse to excellent.
They set a good example. They really do. And you sit there and watch.
Good, very
you know.
good. Happy to hear that. Thank you for sharing that, seriously. And we'll signal boost that message when we get back.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Have a great day.
Thank you.
So the next item on the agenda is a proclamation for Cybersecurity Awareness Month.
President, I got to ask. I always seem to get this one.
I don't know why.
And I think it's because I am so technical. I think I was instrumental in trying to get Stephen to the new dial-up program. I thought dial-up
sure.
was the fast way to go. Isn't that right, Stephen? You appreciate my technical expertise on these matters, right?
Always.
Yeah, I suggested that the passwords ought to be like 1, 2, 3, 4, so you don't forget things of that nature. Keep it easy.
Good morning, Commissioner. Stephen Pereira, Director of Technology Services. I'm glad that we've got such an exciting topic in cybersecurity to follow up the dog and the good news from the school. So.
Well, I've been taping my passwords on everything,
Good,
and
good.
just so I don't forget, and then I make sure on my Facebook page I put all my passwords and everything. So on that profile, I just don't want to forget,
That's awesome. Okay, so last year I stood here and the year before and told you that cybersecurity had never been more important than it has been. And guess what? Here I am today telling you the exact same thing again. So cybersecurity, the importance of cybersecurity is increasing exponentially, particularly with the onset of AI. So because of AI, people can launch cybersecurity attacks at scale. As an individual and easily now. I mean, we saw recently the effect of CrowdStrike and how that disabled airports, people couldn't fly. It was a really bad situation. And that was a mistake. That was somebody that did something slightly wrong and it caused half the world to shut down. So just imagine if that had been a malicious attack. Cybersecurity is in everything we do, or it's important to consider it in everything that we do. We've achieved quite a lot this year, actually, in terms of cybersecurity. I did want to just bring it up. We have implemented a new Security Information Event Management System, or SIM system, which allows us to detect and respond to threats more efficiently. We've also improved our patch management process, ensuring that vulnerabilities are addressed promptly. Additionally, we conducted a successful penetration test to identify and mitigate risks before they can be exploited. and we had the privilege of organizing the Southern Maryland Cybersecurity Conference, bringing together experts to share knowledge and collaborate on solutions. We are attacking this as proactively as we can, and I'm also delighted that Kat, who was a finalist this year at the CAMI Awards, she was up for Cybersecurity Warrior Woman of the Year. She's been invited to work with the school system to help them write their cybersecurity curriculum. So here at Calvert County, we're not only proactively addressing threats, we're also helping shape the mind of tomorrow. So with that, I'll hand you over to our CISO, Kat.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Sometimes I feel like my job is the equivalent of holding up a picture of a building that's going to burn down but hasn't, and then saying, there's a risk here. You know, sometimes it's hard to convey that. So I really appreciate the opportunity to be able to come up here and just give you some of the good news. There are a few important things that you can do to help us stay cyber safe. They're not big things. One is make sure your passwords are strong and unique. Another one, use multi-factor authentication wherever you can, especially like your online banking, that sort of thing. Also, be on the lookout for phishing in emails. There's red flags in your emails. That's going to get people more than anything, or clicking on a link in an email. And last but not least, make sure that your systems are patched and up to date. We take care of that here with the patching, but don't forget at home. You want to do that at home as well. So it's little things like that that we can do that'll help to keep us all safe, and I don't have to keep holding up pictures of burning buildings. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
See, before I forget, I am available to teach that AI class that you have going on. You know, I was very instrumental in the beginning of that, you know, so, you know.
I'll slot you in for Friday morning then, yeah?
Now, I'm very high level, though, so, I mean, so try to keep up. It's not easy, but I think you're up to it, so. All right, as you can tell, this stuff is just like me reading a language from Mars or something like that, so you don't know how important they are. I'm like, look, I don't understand any of it, just make sure it works so I can read this stuff, and so, yes, you holding that up, that picture is probably very accurate because there is some scary stuff out there, unfortunately, and people do prey on you being a good person. It's really sad, you know, they pray that you go, oh, you know, I'm probably just a reminder from my insurance company or something like that, and then you click on and you got all kinds of mess. So thank you for everything, guys, and I want to read this here for you. It says, whereas Calvert County recognizes the vital role of cybersecurity plays in safety, prosperity, and well-being of the community, and whereas critical infrastructure, personal information, and government operations depend on the security and reliability of our digital ecosystem. Whereas cybersecurity is a shared responsibility that requires the vigilance of government, business, and citizens. Whereas the theme of National Cybersecurity Awareness Month 2024 is Secure Our World, highlighting our collective duty to protect the digital environment and, following basic cybersecurity practices, can reduce risks and strengthen our digital resilience. Whereas these practices include strong passwords, password managers, enabling multi-factor authentication. Oh, mercy. Put them long words in there for me. Where's Steve Weems? I need him. Recognizing and reporting phishing attempts and regulatory updating software. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the Board of County Commissioners of Calvert County, Maryland designates October 24 as Cybersecurity Awareness Month in Calvert County. We encourage all residents, businesses, organizations to implement strong password practices and use password managers, enable multi-factor authentication. You do it on purpose, Stephen. We'll see you after. On all capable accounts, remain vigilant against phishing attempts and report suspicious activities, and keep software and systems updated with the latest security patches. By adopting these practices, we can create a safer digital environment for everyone. Given under our hands and seal this 22nd day of October 24, signed by all 5 commissioners.
You did very good.
Oh, good workout.
Thank you, sir.
I need a nap. Exactly, exactly.
Next item on the agenda is appointments.
Good morning,
Deputy
Commissioners.
Administrator.
Yes, sir. Good morning, Linda Turner, Deputy County Administrator. We have several appointments for the board's consideration this morning. First is Calvert County Commission for Women. Staff recommends the board appoint Melina Brookshire and Adrian Clark to the Commission for Women. Following this action, 5 vacancies will remain.
I move that we appoint Melina Brookshire and Adrian Clark to the Commission for Women.
Second. Have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion on that motion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, the motion carries.
Thank you. Next is the Economic Development Authority. Staff recommends the board appoint Kevin Frere to the authority. Following this action, there will be no vacancies.
I move that we appoint Kevin Frere to the Economic Development Authority.
Second. I have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion on that motion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries.
Thank you. Next is the Economic Development Advisory Committee. Staff recommends you appoint Matt Owens to the advisory committee. Following this action, 3 vacancies will remain.
I move that we appoint Matt Owens to the Economic Development Advisory Committee.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion on that motion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, the motion carries.
Thank you.
So the next item on the agenda is a public hearing, Department of Community Resources, purchase option for 87 Main Street, Prince Frederick. Director, good morning.
Good morning,
morning.
Commissioners. Read from you the memo.
You probably should.
The background of Jennifer Moreland, Director of Community Resources. Background, the Calvert County Department of Community Resources, in coordination with Department of Public Works General Services Division, has identified 87 Main Street, Prince Frederick, the former parsonage for Trinity Church, as an ideal location for a community resources service hub and parking area. In the feasibility study performed by the state earlier this year, this parcel was considered ideal in large part due to the central location and proximity to the county-owned property at 85 Main Street. Once purchased, the property will be replatted to expand 85 Main Street. The property is recorded under tax account number 02-035936, tax map 24, grid 16, parcel 223R, and a deed is indexed in Calvert County Land Records as under LIBOR 6403, folio 425, and further described in that boundary line adjustment and combination replat to create parcels 223R and 036R, recorded amongst the land records of Calvert County, Maryland, and Plat Book, KPS 6, page 362. Discussion. Trinity Church received approval from the Methodist Council and the congregation to proceed with the option and subsequent purchase agreement process and have signed the option. The county proposed an offer amount based on the averages of the 2 appraisal selected values, plus a 3% increase for intrinsic values such as proximity to Route 4 and adjacent to existing county property. Fiscal impact. Agreed purchase price, $620,000. Option deposit, $5,000. Study phase, feasibility completed by the state, environmental study to be performed after notice of grant award. Funding is currently available in account Capital Improvement Plan CIP-4606. The Community Legacy Grant, if awarded, will provide up to $337,500 to support this acquisition, with notification expected to come in November 2024. Conclusion recommendation, staff requests that the Board of County Commissioners conduct the public hearing before exercising the purchase option for 87 Main Street in Prince Frederick by closing the record and authorizing the board president to sign the purchase and sale agreement and settlement documents on behalf of the board following the grant notice. And so I'd like to open the record for public comment. There is a handout at the front if anyone wants to provide public comment. The board adopted a resolution in 1989 intending to maintain the order and decorum of the governmental process. Persons are welcome to address the Board of Commissioners on any matter germane to the business of county government. Those addressing the board shall not be civil, rude, vulgar, profane, or otherwise disruptive of the conduct of the board's business. All speakers must identify themselves and whether speaking as an individual, where you will be allocated 2 minutes, or as the appointed spokesperson of a group, where you will be allocated 5 minutes. For those attending virtually, if you wish to speak, please press star 9 or use the raise your hand function. The Ethics Commission has asked that we remind speakers at public comment that lobbyists include those who seek to influence public policy, and lobbyists must register in advance. Do we have any speakers?
Is there anyone in the room who wishes to comment on this public hearing? Please come up and sign in. There is one who's joined us virtually. Mr. Cormier, I'm going to ask you to identify yourself and whether speaking as an individual or as the designated representative of a group for this public hearing.
Hi, good morning, Commissioners. I just have a few questions about this. We're building a $45 million building across the street. Is this not something that can be housed inside of that building? And is this going to be on a bus route? Like, I know it's convenient to county staff, but how is this going to be convenient to the people who need those services? I don't know if this is the best site. I'm just confused as we're in a budget crisis and now we're looking to spend $300,000 on top of a grant, to get to that 600,000 mark. But I just don't know enough about this. What resources are we putting in this hub, and what is the population it's going to serve in that area? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Caller, last four digits 9092. Please press *6 to unmute yourself, identify yourself, and whether speaking as the designated representative of a group or as an individual.
Yes, hello. I actually had a comment about the Hollowing Point plan. Is now the time to comment on that, or will that be later?
That will be during public comment. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Should I mute then?
Yes, if you would, please. And there are no other speakers signed up for this.
So Director, you want to talk a little bit about the plan for the properties?
Sure. So 85 Main Street that exists now is an identified location for a homeless day services program and emergency weather shelter. We seek to expand that to provide transit access to this location, which is one of the things the commenter mentioned. And so, yes, it would be supporting that population, those most at risk, to provide services at a place where there's easy access to transit, there's, everything addressed in one place rather than having to make appointments to various locations and partnering with providers to bring services there. So that's the goal of the Community Services Hub. We've seen them around the state of Maryland. St. Mary's County is the closest, and it's been very effective in addressing root cause needs. So we're not seeing issues with people missing appointments for services back to back because it's just too difficult for them. So having care coordination and services at one location.
The plan is to create a transit station there, so if you catch a county bus in Solomons and you need to go North Beach, you would come there and transfer to another bus that would take you on further north. And
Yep, transfer station will be at 85 Main Street, since that will be the primary site. Yes.
And the goal is to provide some services there for our homeless community, so they're not hanging out in the library.
Public
or
places.
Public places.
Correct, where it becomes problematic. So it wouldn't be a good fit to house this with the community service, the county services, nor would it be a fit to have it at the library. This is a good insulated location.
And you're going to have staff located there, right, in offices?
Yeah, we have multiple agencies that we're working with and partnering with. To start with 85, we have On Our Own and Lifestyles that are partnering there.
And we received a couple grants, right, for this project?
We've received 2 community development block grants to start with 85 Main Street, and we have additional funds for secured for the transfer station at 85 Main Street.
And at least to date, MDOT has assured us we'll get the funding to do the transit station.
That is correct.
They don't have money for anything else, but they promised us that money at least so far, so, yes.
Yeah.
And it was just fortunate for us that the 2 properties came up for sale reasonably close together, so you could put this plan together and make it all work.
Exactly,
Yeah.
yes.
So,
And what was the total for that project?
Total for both projects combined is probably close to 3.8 million,
Okay.
4 million, around that.
And our portion of that is what?
Our portion required for this project is around 300,000. So that's why we have the 300,000 and we're requesting the remainder.
Okay.
Yep.
so we're gonna spend 300,000, and we're gonna get 3.5 million in grant funding for the
Right.
project, so.
And
Right.
infrastructure there.
It's a win-win.
Jen, I just want to thank you for keep working those type projects because, as you know, transportation's tough and we're pretty spread out. So I know you always got your thinking cap on and, looking for opportunities and, because it's really easy just to go to work and just go status quo and not put the extra in for that. So thank you for being proactive and working towards that. And I know it's a team and, but,
It is a
but,
team.
and tell everybody, thank you.
Thank you, Sandy.
Yes, yes, thank you.
Yes, we have a lot of partners in this work, and we're grateful for all of our nonprofit and government partners that have helped us pull this together. Because when you apply for these grants, they want to see that kind of community collaboration.
Well, those buses get used. I see them every day. I see it every day. And I know
Yeah,
people that
yeah.
rely on them. Yes, I mean, they are vital. I mean, they really are. I mean, people, they have worked their schedule around that, to get to certain things that they need to. So, I think it's great. Thank you, guys.
It's free.
And Jennifer,
Yes.
85, what's the housing like for that population? How many will that hold?
Well, we're hoping, so currently with, the goal with the homeless population is to see more supportive housing introduced. From what I understand, the legislation this year is going to introduce some incentives to develop more supportive housing. But that's our biggest challenge right now, is because there aren't the kind of built-in services with housing that you need to keep that population stable. And you're going to see them in and out of housing until we have that kind of program. It's existed on and off through HUD over the years, but it's costly.
Thank you for what you do.
I know this morning we talked about a situation in Calvert County, and I want to thank you for what you do. I've been to a handful of meetings with you, and you have reached out in the Southern Maryland area, and I'm sure even beyond Southern Maryland, and you have partnerships, and you work very hard along with your staff to make sure everyone is safe, including our people with mental health issues, homeless issues. I see this as a big plus, a big, like a stopgap point where they can get the help that they need, and then you can reach out to your support system throughout the Southern Maryland area and do what is best for these people, because they do need help, and I commend you for all you've done. You and your staff do a great job. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for recognizing our work. It means a lot.
If there are no other questions, is there a motion?
Mr. President, I make a motion, I move that we close the record and authorize the board president to sign the purchase and sale agreement and settlement documents on behalf of the board upon receipt of the grant notice.
Second.
A motion and second that we close the record and authorize the board president to sign the purchase and sale agreement and settlement documents on behalf of the board upon receipt of the grant notice. Is there any discussion on that motion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Director Moore.
Thanks, Jen.
Thank you, Jennifer.
We have another public hearing for Department of Technology Services Budget Amendment for Hardware Replacement Schedule. Director Pereira, how are you?
Good morning, Commissioners. Stephen Pereira, Director of Technology Services. The purpose of this hearing is to provide the public with the opportunity to comment on proposed budget adjustment BA 2025-000155 to move $280,000 from the TS contracted services line to the hardware under $10,000 line. This hearing is held per the Commissioner's adopted guidelines for conduct at public hearing and meetings per Resolution 6-89. This hearing has been properly advertised as required by law. The board adopted a resolution in 1989 intending to maintain the order and decorum of the government process. The Ethics Commission has asked that we remind speakers at public comment that lobbyists, including those who seek to influence public policy, must register in advance. Since this public hearing is being held virtually and in person, the public can attend by viewing the live stream on the county's website. However, if you wish to speak, you must either sign in on the sheet in the back of the room, use the raise hand function if attending via Zoom, or call 301-715-8592 and enter the meeting code 899-4188 8251. If asked, the passcode is pound. And then listen to the board meeting until called upon to speak. When the floor is open for public comment for this hearing, those in attendance will be called upon first in order they signed up. And those calling in will need to press 9. Speaker will be identified by the last 4 digits of their phone number and unmuted when called upon. Speakers will be asked to state their name and address. Speakers who are providing comment as individuals will be allocated 2 minutes. Comments being made by a designated representative of a group will be allocated 5 minutes. I'll read the memo for you. Background. The Department of Technology Services uses the 5-year replacement schedule for computers on the Calvert County network. This enables the computers to be compliant with software specifications. Discussion. The replacement schedule funding was eliminated in the fiscal year 2025 budget process. However, it is imperative the replacement remains on schedule. TS has identified cost savings of $280,000 from various items in contracted services account that it would like to have transferred to computer hardware under $10,000 to use for this deficit. Fiscal impact. The budget amendment BA 2025-000155 has been created to move $280,000 from the TS contracted services line to hardware under $10,000 line. Conclusions and recommendations. The Department of Technology Services is requesting the Board of County Commissioners to conduct a public hearing and, if appropriate, based upon the record, adopt a resolution approving budget amendment BA 2025-00155 for the transfer of $280,000 from TS contracted services to hardware under $10,000. The floor has been open for public comment from persons in the meeting room. A reminder that all speakers must identify themselves and whether speaking as an individual, where you will be allocated 2 minutes, or a designated representative of a group where you will be allocated 5 minutes. For those attending virtually, if you wish to speak, press *9 or use the raise your hand function. Virtual speakers will be identified by the last 4 digits of their phone number or screen name and unmute one at a time. If necessary, you may unmute yourself by pressing *6.
So, Mr. President, there are no speakers in the room that have signed up. There is one speaker virtually. Mr. Cormier, if you would please identify yourself, whether speaking as an individual or the designated representative of a group.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Joe Cormier, speaking on behalf of myself. I just want it to make sense. We just went through the most contentious budget cycle in living history, and now the Department of IT has found over $250,000 in savings in contracted services 3 months later. What happened back in July that we couldn't find these savings before? When the school system asked to get their laptops replaced, they were basically told to go pound sand. It wasn't a priority. So I'm just confused as to why this wasn't a priority under your budget, but now it is. And, are these laptops what's the bid out? What's the contract for this? And are they talking to the school system who buys, thousands of laptops or renews them? I don't understand where this is coming from. We still have people, banging the drum about a $300,000 Super Bowl trip. But when you guys want to spend $280,000 on laptops, everything's hunky-dory. So just make it make sense is all I'm asking.
There are no more speakers.
Okay, I'm happy to add some context to this. No? Okay, sorry.
Any questions? Motion?
I move that we adopt a resolution approving budget amendment BA 2025-000155.
Second.
Have motion and second that we adopt resolution approving budget amendment BA 2025-000155. Is there any discussion on that motion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries.
Thank you,
Director.
Stephen.
Thank you.
Thank you, Steve.
Thank you, Stephen.
So the next item on the agenda is an award. The first award is Employee Recognition Committee Team Excellence Award. Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. Brooke Barco, Aquatic Division Chief, as well as Employee Recognition Committee Chair. So today we have 2 Team Excellence Awards for you. A Team Excellence Award acknowledges employees who have excelled in a group setting and displayed cooperation and teamwork in support of a common goal or project, which has produced exemplary results. So our first Team Excellence Award is our Fare Fixers team from Community Resources and the Transportation Division. I would like to invite up each awardee. If you could please stand at the front, and then I will read the award notes. So I would like to invite up Sharon Robinson, Lynn Brooks, and Cynthia Hardesty.
Cynthia Hardesty. Lynn Brooks. Sharon Robinson.
On June 30th, 2024, Tanya Russell went to the office to update the fare system ahead of the new fare-free policy launching the next day. Although Transportation Division Chief Sandra Wobbleton was away due to a family emergency, 3 drivers, Sharon Robinson, Lynn Brooks, and Cynthia Hardesty, stepped up to support Tanya. Anticipating she would need help, they took the initiative to assist in updating the fare boxes across the buses. Thanks to their collaboration, the task was completed in less than an hour. These drivers consistently go the extra mile, often working overtime during driver shortages, and are invaluable to the Department of Community Resources Transportation Division. Congratulations to all of you on such a well-deserved award. I would now like to invite up some supervisors to say some comments.
Good morning, Commissioners. Sandy Wobbleton, Transportation Division Chief. I just want to say what an asset these 3 drivers are. We have been plagued, unfortunately, for the last 1 to 2 years with driver shortages, drivers working overtime, working extra hours. And even in all of that, they took time to come out on their own on a Sunday to assist Tanya, because unfortunately I wasn't able to be there. But they took time. They weren't asked to. Nothing was said. Tanya was ready to take care of it all on her own. But they came out without any type of request and just did it on their own to help her because they knew she needed help. That's just the type of dedication and loyalty they have to this division, and they've shown it time and time again.
Well, we were talking earlier about the population that our department serves. These 3 are on the front lines, and they know how vital it is for them to get to their appointments, to be able to, go see their family, help their family. I mean, the variety of needs, the reasons why people use public transportation are many. We didn't have to shut a line down. We were able to be responsive to all those demands. And we have a lot more people riding public transportation since going fare-free. And that pressure has really fallen on our drivers to be able to meet that need. So it's a great thing. We're happy that we're able to serve the community in this way, but I also want to say just sincere thank you, because that has really fallen on our drivers and the way that you stepped up in supporting that. It means a lot to our department. Thank you.
Wonderful, we'll take a picture, and if you want to put your certificates out front, Roslyn, the original front.
Katie.
Okay. We're gonna squish it a little bit, right in the center. Yep, this way. You got it. All right. Your certificate of your badge, please. Here's up a little bit. Perfect. Smile. 3, 2, 1. There you go. Congratulations.
So we have another award.
So we have a second Team Excellence Award on the agenda today. Due to the size of this group, I was going to read the blurb first and invite supervisor comments and then welcome everyone up, or else I don't think you would be able to see anything. So the second Team Excellence Award we have for you today is the Buildings and Grounds Marine Museum Takeover Team. The Calvert Marine Museum partnered with Buildings and Grounds team over 18 months ago to manage maintenance, grounds, and custodial services in response to increasing demands in aging infrastructure. The team has addressed a variety of tasks, including repairing old equipment, maintaining grounds, and responding to emergencies, all while navigating the complexities of working in a museum setting that houses historic collections and welcomes visitors. The museum is grateful for the dedication and efficiency of the entire Buildings and Grounds staff, especially Supervisors Tom Jones, Bob Atkins, Joe Denton, and Marie Parker for their exceptional service. We appreciate each of you and your willingness and dedication to add the Marine Museum to your complex of repertoire. Congratulations to all. Now I would like to invite up some supervisors for comments, and then we'll read the names.
Good morning, Commissioners. Tom Jones, Deputy Director of DPW for General Services. It's funny when she reads the memo and it says the takeover, like we went down and took over, but it was a joint partnership between the two, trust me.
It did sound like a military operation. I'm glad you clarified that.
So maybe not so hard, but so like over 18 months ago, I went down and sat down with Jeff Murray and Rochelle Green, the Director and Deputy Director, and posed the opportunity for us to work together. But before I did that, what I did is I went back to my staff and I said, hey, here's an opportunity for us to, get a bigger footprint, enlarge, our staff, to help the actual citizens and take over, an aging facility. None of my supervisors actually, held up and said, oh, no, we don't want to do that. We shouldn't do that. They all were just like 100% in on it, as well as the staff. So, from the bottom of my heart, I appreciate my staff. And I know everybody says this, but my staff is amazing, and I'm not, shedding shade on anybody else, but I've got a great staff. My supervisors, they take care of me. One of the things that I'll say about my staff is that they're behind the curtains. So when you see all the glit and glamour going on, just know that somewhere along the lines, it was Buildings and Grounds, General Services, that was involved in getting it set up, taken care of, the setups and takedowns, showing up early in the morning before we open up to get things put together, staying late to take stuff down after everybody's gone home, so, the emergency calls, answering that bell was what General Services does. So I'm very appreciative of my staff, and I to the bottom of my heart, I do. I do have a text message here from Rochelle Green to the staff that she'd like me to read since she's unable to be here. It says, thank you. I am so grateful that the staff with Buildings and Grounds is here today for this award. We, Calvert Marine Museum, absolutely would not function without you. We appreciate all your work early in the mornings, behind the scenes, and in the attics, which is a side joke. You make a huge difference to the staff, volunteers, and over 80,000 visitors to the museum. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Sorry she had missed this, but again, I'm very appreciative of my staff, and if they don't mind, I'd like them all come up one by one, or Jared can say something.
Good morning, Commissioners. Jared Cosgrove, Director of Public Works. It's a pleasure to have a group like this under my leadership. They've stepped up to this call of maybe helping out the Marine Museum, but they are the staff that no one really sees. When you walk into a building, they take care of the grounds. They make sure the buildings are taken care of. And like Tom said, all hours of the day. They'll call that at night if there's an emergency. They make sure the air conditioning's running in the wintertime or in the summertime when everybody's hot. They keep everything managed great. I'm proud to have them as part of my staff, and I'm glad somebody recognized them today. Thank you.
Very nice.
Thank you, gentlemen. I will now read all of the recipients in alphabetical order by last name and invite you up to the front. So first we have Bob Atkins, Johnny Atkins, Christina Belts, Jerwayne Brooks, Roger Buck, Joe Denton, Casey Dillard, Rachel Distel, Melinda Donnelly, Phil Freeland, Adriel Godfrey, Frank Herod, Gary Hess, Brian Higgs, Tom Jones, Desiree Marshall, Nelson Nemi, John Nice, Gerald O'Neill, Marie Parker, Wesley Phoebus, Sarah Rosado, Tim Shorter, Sean Sprouse, Doug Wiltrout, and Ben Wood. Thank you so much. Let's see him smile.
Who's doing your work now?
That's right.
We're all heading to lunch, Mark's buying.
As far as I know, they don't bite, do you? Here comes the fun part, making sure it's seeing everybody. I'll let you know when to smile if I'm moving folks around. Commissioner Hands, can you move a smidge to your right? Thank you. Big action.
Yeah, that's right. Squinch down there.
Can you just move a little to your right? Pretend y'all like each other, please. Got everybody. All right, you get a chance to blink. Your chance to smile. 3, 2, 1. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much. Have a good day. Bye.
At your house? Willie Graybar's daughter did it last night. I was showing corn. She wouldn't get on.
No.
She liked watching, but she won't get in. I said, "It's cool."
Remember how he was hesitant with you, with Brian and Ben, he didn't care. I guess the difference a year makes, you know?
Yeah. Is the presenter ready?
We moved them, didn't we? Yeah, we moved them back.
So, next item on the agenda is consent. 2 items under consent today, Department of Planning and Zoning Community Rating System Verification. Item 2, Department of Community Resources Budget Amendment for the Library Custodial Services. Are there any objections to the items listed under consent today?
None.
Hearing none, is there a motion to adopt?
I make a motion that we approve the consent agenda.
I have a motion and a second that we approve the consent agenda today. Any discussion on that motion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Thank you. So the next item on the agenda is a presentation, Department of Economic Development Data Center Coalition presentation. Director Oberg, you want to kick us off?
Thank you very much, Commissioners.
Good morning.
Okay. Go ahead and give a little introduction. We have a virtual presentation today by Josh Levy, who's the president of the Data Center Coalition. He's going to be presenting an overview of the data center industry. The Data Center Coalition is a membership association that serves as the voice of the data center industry through public policy advocacy, thought leadership, stakeholder outreach, and community engagement. The Data Center Coalition advocates for a highly skilled and diverse technology workforce, greater access to clean energy, and competitive business and tax policies to support the growth and success of this essential business sector. They're headquartered in Virginia, which is home to the world's largest data center market, and its members maintain data center infrastructure and investment across the globe. Mr. Levy is widely recognized for his technology business policy leadership and expertise in key areas across the technology ecosystem. So we're really pleased to be able to have an independent third party be able to come and talk to us a little bit about the data center industry. And without further ado, I will turn it over to Mr. Levy.
Okay, perfect. He's on right now.
Mr. Levy, I think you are on.
Oh, terrific, thank you, and I am delighted to be with you today. I am Josh Levy with the Data Center Coalition. Apologies that I can't be with you in person today, but very much appreciate the accommodation and you all allowing me to present remotely. Let me just put some slides up for you all. The Data Center Coalition is a membership association of leading data center owners and operators. We have 32 members within our organization. Our members maintain infrastructure and teams across the country and in many cases around the globe. Generally speaking, data centers fall into two categories, as does our membership. We have members who self-perform or who are enterprise data centers. Those are going to be data center companies that will operate data centers for their own purposes. They may build data centers for their own purposes. Companies, including cloud providers like Google, Microsoft, and Amazon would fall under that category. Meta would fall under that category. Visa is a member of ours that falls under that category. They have a data center data centers that they maintain for their own purposes. The remainder of our members are multi-tenant or build-to-suit members. So those are companies that will build data centers and lease them to one or more tenants. In some cases, you can have upwards of 200 tenants inside a data center. In some cases, you could have one tenant inside a data center. We do have instances now where there may be one tenant in a campus of 6 data centers, the same tenant in all of those buildings. Generally speaking, when you look at a data center, the exterior is the building shell, which would look similar to a warehouse. And then you will have interior space that's outfitted within the data center that would include a variety of different amenities and spaces, office space typically. And something to remember, I think, is that data centers are workspaces for employees, whether they are employees of the company itself or whether they're tenants that are leasing space within a data center. Those folks will typically report to the data center each day for work. So you'll find the network operations center, but you'll also find cafes, you'll find conference rooms, network space for meetings. You'll even find often foosball pool and other things in there that you would expect to find in an office space where folks may be taking a break or looking to spend some time outside of work hours, maybe just to refresh themselves a bit. Additionally, you will find extensive security features within a data center. At the end of the day, the function of a data center really is to securely house and maintain servers at operating temperature, humidity, and other environmental conditions. So that security feature is incredibly important. That's going to include exterior security features, which could be and usually include gates and guards and other things like that. Interior security features, it's not uncommon to have to show not only your ID, but some kind of ocular or retinal or palm print or other biometric identifier to access different parts of the data center. And what you'll typically find is the deeper you go into the data center and sensitive areas, the more security features there are to ensure that access is only granted to those that are intended to be there. You will find server rooms or server halls or data halls where You will just see rows and rows and rows of different servers that are doing the compute work within the data center. There are networking connectivity rooms where fiber enters the facility, usually from two different points. I think sometimes they're called a meetup room, and you'll find the fiber from the external elements of the facility connecting in the meetup rooms and then going into the server rooms where it connects to individual servers. Data centers provide essential infrastructure, require 24/7 power in order to ensure that their customers and clients have access to the services and the data within the data centers, whether those be government agencies, first responders, commercial tenants, or others. So you will find a lot of things within a data center that are really designed to ensure that 24/7 uptime and that redundancy within a data center. That's going to typically include two different substation feeds going into the data center from a power perspective. It's going to include uninterruptible power supplies or batteries that will enable the facility to operate for a number of minutes in the event that there is a power failure, backup power, backup generation in the event of a power failure. And then you'll find the HVAC and cooling elements within a data center. Absent cooling in a data center, you would typically find that a server room's temperature, the ambient temperature, would increase about 1 degree a minute until everything just stopped working, just the heat generated from the servers and the computing. So there is a lot of time and attention brought into the different ways to remove heat from that server room and ensure that ideal operating temperatures are maintained. Data centers are highly efficient facilities, and there's a study that Lawrence Berkeley National Lab had done, and they're actually updating their study pursuant to a congressional mandate. Should be out in December of this year, and we'll get some new numbers. But last time they looked, they said in 2010, about 79% of data center computing was done in smaller, either smaller data centers or server halls or even in some cases closets that were maintained by non-tech companies. Every bank, every law firm, every association had their own little server halls or maybe some larger data centers, but certainly nothing like we see today. By 2018, 89% of data center load had shifted into the cloud environment, where you can really apply ideal leverage and economies of scale to operate much more efficiently in terms of the compute load and the environmental controls. The study concluded that between 2010 and 2018, the amount of computing output jumped almost 600%. I think it was 550%, while energy consumption only jumped about 6% during that time period. And that's really due to those efficiencies of migrating into a larger data center environment. I did want to talk for a few minutes about the demand that we're seeing within the data center industry for a couple of reasons. Primarily, it's, I think, a good level set in terms of why you're seeing so much data center build in different markets across the country. McKinsey tells us that in the U.S. market alone, we can expect to see capacity triple between 2024 and 2030, from 25 gigawatts to they estimate about 80 gigawatts, so a little more than 300x in terms of the amount of build out we'll see over the next 6 years. Globally speaking, the United States is about 40% of the data center market. JLL, real estate firm, tells us that over the next 5 years, we will see twice as much data generated as we saw over the previous 10 years. So you look back over the past 10 years, you double it, and that's the amount of data they expect to see in the next 5 years. Approximately 4.5 billion people, or 67% of the global population, is now online today. Amazingly, that's a 45% increase since 2018. So we're just seeing so many more users connect to the internet and access data services. Importantly, we are very aware as an industry that 1/3 of the global population isn't even online yet, but they will be coming, and we're trying to make sure that we can accommodate that as well. Deloitte tells us the average U.S. household now has 21 connected devices. I will tell you all, and I'm not sure if it's a sense of pride or embarrassment, in my household we now have 50 connected devices. When you think about the blinds that open and close and the programmable thermostats and the smart meters and the TVs and the watches and the tablets and the vacuum cleaners, and our dishwasher now has an app, the doorbells and so on. We are really increasing the amount of connectivity as we try and find our own efficiencies and our own conveniences, within the population. The number of IoT devices connected to the internet are expected to grow exponentially in the coming years, and we know that we're going to continue to see demand for additional access from those devices. Over the next 5 years, we're expecting to see the amount of global mobile data center traffic double. And we think that that's going to really lead to a much more significant flow of data globally and locally as we try and accommodate that. Over the past 5 years, we've seen the average household broadband consumption double over the past 5 years, and it's getting to grow pretty significantly. Open Vault tells us that between the second quarter of 23 and the second quarter of 24, so year over year, there was a 9.7% increase in broadband consumption from internet subscribers in this country. They also tell us that the amount of subscribers using 2 terabytes or more has increased 31% since the second quarter of last year. So we're seeing a lot more intensive data consumption, potentially because of the home office environment, potentially because of the data concentration of apps, probably because of a variety of those different drivers. The amount of data that we are consuming continues to grow in terms of the applications that we're using. And I would tell you that, as we're thinking about the types of data that we might have pulled down 10 years ago, 20 years ago from the internet, it was emails, it was photos, it was that, kind of low data intensity type things. Now you're seeing comprehensive medical diagnoses based on radiological images that are pulled down over the internet, autonomous vehicles generating dense amounts of data. Certainly generative AI and the capabilities generative AI bring to light will require much more data intensity, VR and augmented reality, streaming video, and so on. We also are seeing much more consistent access to data. We're using data at home, we're using data at work, we're using data when we're walking about. We use data in cars and planes and in trains and in buses. And we're now using and capturing, generating data in our sleep. Folks want to know whether they're breathing while they sleep and whether their rapid eye movement's occurring as it's supposed to. So we're really seeing this ubiquitous need to access and generate data. This slide, I think, is particularly interesting because it demonstrates 4 different markets across the country and the types of tenants that are inside the markets of these particular data centers. And as much as anything, I think it really helps to demonstrate that data center load is the equivalent of customer load. Excuse me one moment.
Commercial break.
Apologies for that. So when you think about the increase in data center load that is occurring, it's really because customers are accessing and requiring more data within the data centers. That's going to be, in some places, banks. In some places, that's going to be telecommunications. In some places, that's going to be healthcare. You look at a place like Atlanta, it's 5% healthcare, 5% telecom. There's banking, financial, retail, and e-commerce, and then you get about 50% cloud. You look at Northern Virginia, it's about 82% cloud, 15% technology firms, and then 3% other, whatever that may entail. Somewhere like Houston, you start to see energy and other types of customers come in and really require some data space. So data centers are not monolithic. Data center compute loads are not monolithic. They do vary based on a variety of factors, including geography and local demand. And I think this slide's interesting to kind of give a glimpse of that. I do want to talk for a moment about why we're seeing so much interest in data centers from different states and jurisdictions. And I think there's fairly widespread recognition that data centers are a significant driver from an economic perspective. And I'll share a slide in just a moment that talks about the national impacts of the data center industry. Also recognition that data centers enable digital infrastructure that supports platforms, industries, and applications that individuals and organizations rely on. Whether you're a healthcare company, cybersecurity, advanced manufacturing, or even a utility, you require the digital infrastructure that data centers provide in order to do business, in order to be efficient, and in order to pursue bottom lines. So we're seeing a lot of demand from commercial, government, and other users from that aspect. We also know that data centers represent huge capital investments, and it's not unusual to see announcements now that exceed $1 billion in different announced projects in some jurisdictions. From an aggregate perspective, data centers in Virginia represented 79% of all capital investment that occurred in the state over the past 2 years. That does not include a $35 billion announcement from AWS that they were building out additional data centers. So you pull that out, and it's about 79%. A county like Prince William County, Virginia, over the river, about 94% of all of their capital investment over the past year was data center investment. So it's got the potential to really move the needle from a CapEx perspective. We're also seeing data centers generate substantial tax revenue, whether on the federal, state, or local levels. In Virginia, we have about over $1 billion now of local tax revenue this year, and about $500 million in state revenue generated by the industry. In terms of just the economic activity the industry's brought, and on the local level, certainly it's direct tax receipts. For example, Loudoun County is now exceeding $900 million in data center tax revenues this year, which is, I think, about 95% of their general fund expenditures. Prince William County has grown 50% year over year in their tax revenues. I think they're now at $151 million in tax revenue. And then one of our emerging markets, Henrico County, just outside of Richmond, just hit $19 million this year. That's a 40% year-over-year increase in data center revenues. And that's coming from real estate taxes, taxes on the servers, and the fixtures and other things all kind of included together. And then finally, data centers, they really create and they establish and support larger ecosystems of suppliers and supply chain. We know from PricewaterhouseCoopers that every direct job within a data center supports 6 other jobs elsewhere in the economy, and we're seeing quite a bit of lift, whether it's steel fabrication, whether it's manufacturers of chillers and cooling equipment, certainly the construction firms, the contractors, the subcontractors, the equipment rental. I talked to a concrete company yesterday who reported that 90% of their revenues is now data centers. So those kinds of supply chain impacts can be fairly significant. PricewaterhouseCoopers did a study for us in 2022 using 2021 numbers. We're very excited to be able to update this in December of this year, and we'll have updated numbers. But essentially, nationally, we're talking about 468,800 direct jobs within the data center industry. When you look at the multiplier, it's about 3.5 million in total employment attributed to the industry, direct, indirect, and induced. About $294 billion in total labor income, which is a 40% increase from 2017 over a 5-year period. PwC tells us there was a $2.1 trillion GDP impact and almost $100 billion total 2021 federal, state, and local tax revenues, which was a 50% increase from 5 years prior. The United States Census Bureau, for the first time in May, started to break out data center construction figures separately from other types of construction, and we learned that data center construction grew from $16 billion in May 2023 to $27 billion in May 2024. That's an annual increase, I believe, of 69% year over year, just in terms of the data center build-out. The Associated General Contractors of America took that data and did some comparisons with other types of construction occurring. Clearly office and commercial has been under some stress. You're still seeing about 20% growth in manufacturing year over year, but certainly data centers stand out as an opportunity on the construction side. And I think that's why you see, tremendous interest from a lot of the skilled construction, skilled trades, organized labor, and others around data center spend and the opportunities to help bring data center construction to regions and jurisdictions. Importantly, data center construction is typically now in a campus environment. So what you will find is it will be the same construction companies, contractors, subcontractors, a lot of the same workers that will build and develop a campus over 6, 8, 10, 12 years or longer. It tends to be a very, long-term construction opportunity and pipeline for a lot of the trades. I did want to talk very quickly about data center competitiveness aspects and some of the things that we think about when we're trying to site and locate. Access to fiber and connectivity is very important. You need to be able to move data from point A to point B, and you need to be able, in some cases, to do it very quickly. The concept of latency, the concept of how quickly can data travel from point A to point B is still very important within a lot of the applications that the data center industry is engaged in. For example, in 2014, the largest data center market in the country was actually New York, New Jersey. And a large part of that reason was because of the latency for stock trades and the ability to get in and do stock trades quicker and faster if you were in proximity to Wall Street and a lot of those activities. We still see a lot of applications where that latency is incredibly important. But also we're seeing some applications now where you don't have to be quite so fast in the data, and that's opened up additional markets and opportunities for development elsewhere. Access to clean energy continues to be a very important aspect of data center siting. I think just about every company in our membership has a fairly aggressive clean energy or carbon neutrality goal, and in many cases more aggressive than states and utilities. So being able to provide either your own company or tenants who are increasingly asking for 100% clean or carbon-free energy is going to be incredibly important. Climate and risk of natural disaster continues to be something that data centers are very much considering as they're looking at locations. Construction workforce and the ability to build out, particularly in markets where you might have multiple projects proceeding at the same time. You need to have a large enough construction workforce that you can actually do multiple projects and build out. Energy rates and infrastructure reliability continue to be incredibly important. Land availability and cost is an important factor. In places like Loudoun County, we've seen land grow over the past, land cost to value grow from, $500,000 an acre to more than $4 million an acre now. So as a cost and availability start to get stretched, you see other markets start to open. Proximity to customers. There are instances where customers want you to be close. Other instances where that's not quite as important. The regulatory climate, which would include tax policy and different regulatory laws and regulations, can be incredibly important, particularly as you think about ownership and occupancy costs. One thing I'd encourage you all to certainly consider, if you bring in data centers that have tenants, the multi-tenant build-to-suit data centers, the tenants are ultimately the ones that pay a large share of the taxes. Those are a pass-through cost. Taxes on servers and equipment are paid by the tenants in most situations, as well as energy costs. Tenants will pay for their own energy consumption. Time to market is very important, and Loudoun County, certainly a big part of their success has been their accelerated fast-track permitting that they have done for data centers. They've had some data centers go from groundbreaking to commissioning in a 9 or 10 month period, and the ability to open up incredibly important, as is the technical workforce availability. You'll see data centers really leaning in, particularly at the community college level, the technician level, trying to find, train, identify, encourage folks to go through different curricula so they can work on the servers and equipment within the data centers. When you think about data center development historically, it was really across 8 primary markets, and this is the allocation as of the second half of last year in terms of the overall build out within the 8 primary markets from a pie chart perspective. Of course, Northern Virginia leading at 48.3%. As I indicated, New York, New Jersey was the largest market in 2014. It's a dynamic situation. Things change. They're now about 11% of the primary market investment. Chicago, Phoenix, Atlanta, Hillsboro, Oregon, Silicon Valley, Dallas are all part of the primary markets. Over the past several years, we've seen secondary markets really open up to data center investment. Places like Central Washington, Austin, Southern California, Seattle, Houston, Denver, Minneapolis, Charlotte have gained some data center investment, and we're seeing those areas continue to grow. But now we're also seeing significant data center development outside of the secondary markets. It's these tertiary markets that are opening up, places where we hadn't seen data center development before. Amazon AWS announced $11 billion project in Mississippi, for example. We're seeing build out in Nebraska. We're seeing Maryland, clearly indicating interest in opening the market and seeing some initial projects planned and executed. So in my mind, that presents good opportunity for others who want to bring in data center investment to think about the best ways to go about doing that. So that concludes my prepared remarks. I'm happy to be here and to take any questions you all might have.
Sure. Mr. Mayor, you've talked about the jobs, and I know data centers are all different sizes. Can you just pick a size of a data center and talk about the jobs that that size would generate and the salaries generally associated with those jobs?
Yeah, it's a challenge to do that because, as you indicated, it's an industry that's not monolithic. Part of it would depend on whether, it's a multi-tenant facility with a lot of different tenants inside, or whether it's one tenant occupied, or whether it's an enterprise, that's owned entirely. We have a Visa data center that's co-located, for example, with its Cyber Fusion Center in Loudoun County, out in Ashburn, and I think they have 900 on site. But certainly not 900 just for the data center. QTS has a data center in Loudoun where they co-locate office space, and I think they have several hundred in there, for example. So you do have variability. What I would tell you is, at the low end, you can expect a couple dozen, and at the higher end, you can get more than 100 in a data center, and potentially more than that to the extent that you have multi-purpose development around there. In terms of the jobs are going to vary, and it will depend on whether you have office space and other things in the data center for folks associated with the enterprise. It's not unusual to have, general counsel, to have accounting staff, to have, operational staff and others, co-located in one or more data centers that a company maintains. But I think probably what you're really asking about are some of the technician roles. We have, as an industry, really leaned in on the technician side. We work very closely with the Northern Virginia Community College, who has a data center operations program. And that program's so successful, and I'm a little embarrassed to tell you this, but it's so successful that we're seeing kids hired right out of the program, or students hired out of the program before they even complete the curricula, and that's something we're trying to get a little better at and ensure we allow the curricula to proceed. But it's trying to get folks trained up on the technical side. Those jobs pay anywhere from $60,000 to $80,000 starting. And I've seen situations where folks that have been there for 2-3 years are six figures, and or low six figures. So it's going to depend on location. It's going to depend on the talent pool and the ability to bring folks in. But those technical jobs on the technician level can be significant. Certainly, as you look to some of the executive level jobs and other jobs that may be located within a data center facility, you may find some higher salaries. In Loudoun County, in order to qualify for the state's data center tax incentive, you are required to have an average payroll that is a payroll that's 150% the average in the county. And I believe the county average salary is something like $75,000. So you're talking six-figure salaries for a lot of those. I would also tell you that, just talking to IBEW and other organized labor leaders, I think there's some really well-paying jobs, not just on the construction end, but on the maintenance side. You look at a parking lot of a data center any time of day, and you'll see service vehicles, lots and lots of service vehicles. IBEW tells us on average they have 30 of their members that are sourced to each data center in Loudoun County just to keep the thing up and running and refurbished and maintained. So, there's opportunity there. But I would also tell you, when folks are trying to bring in data center investment, it usually is with an eye towards that capital investment side. From a square footage perspective, you're not going to get the jobs inside the data center that you might get with, manufacturing or just traditional office space. It's really about that CapEx.
So you mentioned the community college system. In our efforts to educate ourselves, what we've learned is normally when they move into a community, they work with the schools and the local community system to try to make sure that you have a pool of workers that are getting the proper training in their schooling. And as you say, sometimes they don't even finish their college courses because they're ready to go, so they hire them. So can you talk a little bit more about that?
I can. There's an irony there because, we hear about data centers as these facilities that don't have people inside, that are just computers and otherwise empty facilities. And we have students in various locations that drive by those data centers every day, not understanding that there's job opportunities inside those data centers. At the same time, we have hiring managers that are trying desperately to fill, in particular, the technical roles, the technician roles within those data centers. Like many other industries, we have gotten hit by a wave of retirements. as folks have aged out and retired and kind of decided to stop working. And there's a lot of backfill occurring right now as the industry is trying to bring in new technicians and new workforce. So it's an ongoing challenge, and a large part of it is messaging. It's trying to get the message out to students, to folks in the community, that there are jobs within the data centers, that there are well-paying jobs with great career paths within the data centers. And then it's trying to direct them to a course or curricula where they can learn fairly quickly. The community college in Northern Virginia, and I'll just talk about that for a moment, because they are national in stature now. They've gotten various grants from the National Science Foundation, and others participated in panels in different states across the country with them. They've been funded to try and help other colleges, community colleges across the country, to establish programs like the one they have. And I think they've been a really good mentor and kind of good at scaling that in other markets. Their program, there's really two different elements. There's a certification program, which requires 1 year of coursework, and then there's the associate's degree, which requires 2 years of coursework. And most importantly, I think, the curricula and the faculty designed by data center leaders and taught by data center leaders.
You talked about support services. I think in some of our information gathering, we've learned that it's almost 3 to 1, the employees that actually work in the center, and then those support services that are actually local businesses that come in there and provide those supports, correct?
Yeah, that is correct. This is an industry that relies a great deal on outsourced work and support, and it's everything from the HVAC and the engineering. You'll typically even find security functions outsourced, catering and so on. So there's a great deal, and many of our members really think about their facilities as economic hubs as much as anything else. They're areas where you build, and then some of our members have started to talk less about the number of FTEs in their facility and more about the number of card swipes, the number of folks that are coming in and out of a facility in any given day, and it's in the hundreds.
And we've also seen some examples where these companies come into communities and they provide resources and programs. Even in Frederick County, I think we saw where the company came in and built a park, recreational park,
It's part of the DNA of the industry. Data centers have been very committed to giving back in the communities and participating in the communities where their teams live and work. And we've seen a lot of that. I think in the past, a lot of that wasn't necessarily recognized as data centers. You'd see logos show up on Habitat for Humanity t-shirts and relay races, and I don't think there was much understanding that those were necessarily data centers. And part of that's because it's been traditionally a security-minded industry, and were you to drive through Loudoun County 7-8 years ago, you wouldn't have seen logos on buildings. Now you drive through and you see logos, and things have really shifted there, and we're seeing a lot more visibility of kind of the industry's efforts. I had just read recently Google just provided Wi-Fi services to the town of Purcellville and Loudoun County. We've seen tremendous partnerships with the workforce side, whether it's the public school system or the community college side or some four-year institutions. AWS and George Mason University, for example, have established a cloud degree that's been very significant. There's a fiber splicing program that AWS has leaned into as well with the Northern Virginia Community College. So I think the amount of engagement in the community is significant. I think it's an industry that has really leaned in on the philanthropy side and continues to do so.
It was refreshing to see. A lot of times industry moves into community and they provide jobs and some tax revenue, but they really don't commit to the community. But it appears from our research that these companies have taken a different path where they want to be integrated in the community, and they see that as a benefit.
I think that's a fair conclusion. That's what I'm seeing as well, yeah.
Mr. Levy, I want to thank you for coming, because this is brand new to a lot of folks, myself included. Can you tell me if I live in a house and you're going to build right next to me, what should I know? What should I be afraid of? What's the misnomers? I'm sure you're familiar with it, breaking new ground into places. So me as a homeowner sitting there, what should I expect?
So the first thing I would say, data centers look to local leaders in determining where they should develop, where development is preferred, where development is prohibited, where development is permitted. So I do think it's important that as a local body, you all signal fairly clearly your expectations around that, and also around what that development entails. And that's going to include the setbacks and the buffers and all those things, the tree cover, things that you would want to message to developers that you would expect, if there's going to be any kind of proximity to homes or other uses, as you've indicated. We have heard and seen a couple instances, maybe more than a couple, where there's been sound issues, significant sound issues that are being mitigated by the industry. And I think, the industry, data centers want to be good neighbors. They design their sites to comply with all noise ordinances and so on. But we've seen a lot in the media around, data centers, noise, humming, and that kind of thing. You'll find the industry is going to be in compliance with any kind of noise or sound ordinance that you all have, and will take steps to ensure, that the sound doesn't become an issue across the property line. Aesthetics, it's sometimes counterintuitive to think about putting, fake windows on a building that has no light passing through parts of it, because you're essentially, a secure facility housing servers. But we're increasingly seeing more build out of fake windows and fenestration and those kinds of things to give an appearance of more of an office building or other kind of use. I think we look to, localities as we talk through development to see what's appropriate from that perspective as well. I think from a traffic perspective, you're not going to see, certainly during construction, you'll see some traffic impacts. During the operational aspects, it's going to be employees and service vehicles back and forth, but, nothing like you would see in, a facility that has, hundreds of folks that are reporting for work every day. So it'll be lighter traffic impacts than maybe neighborhoods would be concerned about with other uses, on a square footage perspective. There's no water or, kind of emissions from water, that's associated with data center facilities, other than potentially evaporative, to the extent data centers may do evaporative cooling. You'd see some water towers where the water evaporates, but there's no kind of discharge or anything like that. I don't know if that's inclusive of your entire question, but that's top of mind.
Well, so I'm a big fan of, so like we have a large energy facility here, nuclear plant. When I was a kid, I'm sure people were petrified, brand new technology such as like this, but you don't see it, you don't hear it, you don't smell it. And so it gets forgotten about, and they've been a fantastic partner. They've helped rebuild the school system. They've been great. So I think a big fear, anything new, is, am I going to see it? Am I going to hear it? Am I going to smell it? Is it going to disrupt, when my personal home life, I'm sitting on my back deck, I've moved to a rural community because I like the aesthetics of that way of life. Is this going to interrupt that? And I think that's probably the largest fear of folks I hear about that. What would you say to that?
Well, I think, again, data centers will map to whatever requirements the locality will put in place in terms of the buffers and the setbacks and those kinds of things. The opportunity to go vertical is always there, and is also a discussion with local governments, how high data centers can build, and that does go directly to the visibility, but it also goes to the footprint of the data center. And particularly in areas where land is at a premium and so on, you may see data centers building. We've got data centers building 3-4 stories, in some places. So I think a discussion around height is going to be an important one for you all, and the visibility there. Data centers are large buildings, and they can be visible. I think tree cover can help with that, and buffers and earthworks and other features can help with that.
Now, I hear, obviously, that you don't hear them unless there's the generator going on. Is that accurate?
Mostly it is. It's, and again, there's a lot in the media now about noise, and there are some, specific facilities that have had sound issues that, again, are in the process of being mitigated or that have been mitigated. Typically, from the property line, you may hear a hum, kind of a low tonal hum, just depending on how the data center's configured and what the data center's doing, but certainly nothing that would violate any local, noise ordinances or those kinds of things.
And that's
in
not all the
term-
time, right?
It's going to depend on the data center and the type of cooling and how they operate. I mean, there are data centers that may run cooling equipment sometimes, and then they may just essentially open to air other times for cooling, and that can affect sound profile. But those are all things that the data center developers take into consideration when they're designing their site plans and following their site plans. So, you do the sound testing, the acoustic testing, and you try and figure out how to ensure that you're building a facility that's not going to disturb neighbors and is going to comply with the sound ordinances typically.
How close have you seen one to a place to where, pretty much like the neighbors are right there and you know what I mean? Like, can you cite any example of, 1,000 feet, 2,000, what have you, and where because I can't imagine, you're not going to smell the place and, you probably camouflage it pretty good, but to where really the sound wasn't an issue.
Yeah, there's data centers that are much closer, especially in the Northern Virginia area, and in some cases, the data centers were there, and then the residential came. But there's probably areas, maybe 50 feet on each side, so 100 foot, between a residential use and the data center use. But typically, I think, again, it's going to map to the locality's requirements around the setbacks and the rules around how you all would want to see development proceed there. I don't, from a generator perspective, and you asked about generators, data centers need to run backup generators. It's a monthly maintenance and testing routine, and it's going to vary depending on the type of equipment and the company. It can be 8 minutes a month. It can be 15 minutes a month per generator in terms of the running.
And how many
then,
generators average a facility?
There's no average. It's going to depend on how large a facility's power profile is, and then also how much redundancy they have to ensure that they have enough generators to provide power in the event of an outage. So, data centers are always considering the contingency of what happens if this generator doesn't work, and if this battery goes out, and if this power line goes out, and that fiber conduit doesn't, come through. So there's always that design towards redundancy that's incredibly important to the industry, and it's going to be an individual choice between the developer, maybe their tenants, in terms of the number of generators. It's just going to vary.
One of the big concerns within our community, I'm sure, is going to be our aquifer. Can you explain water usage within a data center, how it's used to cool? Do you recycle water? Does it put a drain on the aquifer?
Yeah, so water is an area where our members have very aggressive sustainability goals as well, and I think, whether there's fairly ambitious targets to become water positive from a water perspective, where, data centers that do consume water want to be net positive and provide more water back to communities than their operations consume. Water is used in cooling for some data centers, not for all data centers, and there's a very interesting push-pull related to water and energy. So we have waterless data centers that are deployed, fairly broadly. They will not use water for cooling. They will use, air for cooling, but they tend to be more energy intensive. So you kind of have this idea of, okay, water is the most efficient way to cool a data center, and it results in less power consumption, but more consumption of water. So typically, data center developers will look at the local community, the availability of water, the facility design, and try and determine the best way to cool a facility based on those factors and other factors as well. The industry very much likes recycled, reclaimed water, purple pipe. I know we have at least 50 data centers that are connected to Loudoun County's reclaimed water facility. We have other counties in Virginia that are now deploying reclaimed water facilities to facilitate cooling. That's the gray water, the minimally treated water. But typically, Prince William County told us about 2 years ago, they released a report that I'll actually make sure you all have, because there's some really interesting information in there. I think at the time they had something like 22 data centers. They said the average water consumption was about 18,000 gallons a day within the county, and I think there was a peak water consumption maybe of 80,000 gallons. My understanding is a golf course in the county uses something like 200,000 gallons of water a day, by way of example, and there's 21 golf courses in Prince William. Grocery store, something like 8,000 gallons of water a day, depending on how much seafood and ice and other things and misting of the greens that they're doing. So, it's a continuum and it's relative in terms of the water consumption, and it's going to depend on the types of cooling. We are seeing a lot of innovation in data center cooling now, partially because of the sustainability goals of the industry, and partially because the intensity of the compute load, particularly with AI loads, is much more. You're generating more heat, so you have to be able to remove more heat more quickly. We're seeing technologies now where you actually have servers that are immersed in liquid. You just take the server, you put it in liquid, and it sits there to cool. We're also seeing technologies now where you will have tubes that bring cool water directly to the chip, the part of the server that's actually creating the most heat, and trying to remove the heat directly from that source. So there's a lot of innovation in terms of data center cooling, and we're seeing, I think, a lot of opportunities and a lot of interest and willingness from the vendor community to really lean in and try to determine better ways to cool. But at the end of the day, from an industry perspective, it's all about trying to find the best way to optimize the removal of heat from the servers.
So the other big issue with data centers is power, and I think that, what we've learned is PJM is in charge of power distribution in 13 states on the mid-Atlantic coast. So it really doesn't matter where a data center is built within that region, it's all still going to be served by PJM. Is that a fair assumption?
Yeah, I think anything on the grid within those states, and PJM doesn't include every state that is part of their territory. For example, I think Illinois is partially PJM and partially MISO. So some states kind of share grid operators. But yes, PJM is responsible for managing the overall grid that extends across those 13 states, working with the utilities to help forecast load, determine resource adequacy, and so on.
And like as in your presentation states, there's tremendous demand for data center. And there is a geographic benefit to locating these centers. So I think that point I'm just trying to make is that if they build it in Virginia, Maryland, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Delaware, it's still going to impact the grid.
Correct, and whether you're putting clean energy in one of those states or utilizing energy in one of those states, it's all within the PJM occupied grid. I'll just talk about power for a moment because it's an incredibly important issue. We're coming out of 20 years of essentially flat load growth, and we are emerging at a time where economic growth generally in so many areas is tied to the ability to provide power. And that's a fairly new paradigm after 20 years, whether it's our digital infrastructure and the ability to support data, whether it's advanced manufacturing and the onshoring of advanced manufacturing so we can build EVs and batteries and other things here, the electrification of buildings, the electrification of vehicles, indoor agriculture. Virginia just landed a very significant indoor agriculture or vertical farming, controlled environment agriculture facility out in Henrico County or Chesterfield County. Even the hydrogen production requires significant amounts of power. So I think there's a lot of thought going in now to how we best resource the grid to provide the opportunity for that economic growth to continue. It's going to be incredibly important, not just to our economic security, but our national security. And we're seeing renewed interest from congressional leaders and federal agencies around our ability to resource this. Clearly, whether it's ensuring that we're competitive and have what we need from a national perspective on AI and other applications, or just the ability to continue to support all the different businesses and individuals that are seeking data. It's become very much front and center for a lot of policymakers. So PJM's thinking that through. The various utilities are thinking that through. I spoke earlier this week or last week at FERC, where they're trying to think about how best to get at some of this. From an industry perspective, our members have some of the most aggressive clean energy goals, and in fact, they've had goals going back to 2010, 2011 in some instances where our members reached out with utilities, created special tariffs, did purchase PPOs so that they could purchase solar and other things. I think we just saw a pretty significant news cycle last week where you saw several of our members, Amazon, Google, Microsoft, announce, projects related to nuclear, not just, existing nuclear sites or new sites, but also SMRs and the ability to use, new technologies and provide a market for new technologies. Google, Meta just announced some partnerships on geothermal. Meta in Nevada, I believe, and then, or Google in Nevada, I believe, and Meta's doing it somewhere east of the Rockies where they're putting in some new geothermal. But so much of that's about trying to create a market for clean energy and ensure that we're able to continue to bring clean energy onto the grid. If not as quickly as it's needed, almost as quickly as it's needed to try and keep up with this kind of generational opportunity on demand and economic growth.
Well, irregardless of data centers, as we continue to shut down coal-fired plants, we haven't replaced that energy production at the same rate. So it's created, in Maryland, we're importing 70% of our power. So irregardless of data centers, we have issues in Maryland as a state, so.
Yeah, and you're seeing a lot of transmission build out as a result of that clean energy transition as well. It's built out to support large load, but also build out because of the retirement of fossil fuel and other facilities. So, when you shut down power generation in one point and you stand up power generation in another point, it does require new transmission and other things. So, those things are all playing out real time now.
Yeah.
So you mentioned back in your presentation about time to market, and you said 9 to 10 months. Was that a industry average, or was that a quick build? And what square footage was that?
That was an extraordinary quick build. Loudoun County established this fast track program many years ago, and essentially they had a person within the county that was matched up with the developer, and would just help them to expedite and ensure that the project proceeded as quickly as possible. At one point last year, they had 26 data center projects going through that process. I'm aware that at least one was a 9-month build. I don't know what the typical length is. Part of what we're seeing now, from just a challenge perspective, data centers can build fairly quickly, assuming that local and state regulations and permitting allows for it. But it's also now a matter of how quickly you can get power to the facility, and that's become one of the areas where things are really starting to drag a little in terms of the deployment. And I think you're seeing developers really start to look for opportunities to build around infrastructure, power infrastructure, so that they can reduce some of that time cycle.
Right.
Well, in Loudoun County, the Department of Economic Development does all the permitting for data centers.
I believe they have, there's zoning and other things that happen outside of the Department of Economic Development. But what the Department of Economic Development does is they will match up somebody from their team to work with their counterparts in the different agencies that have different pieces of the permitting, is my understanding of that project.
And you also, in your presentation, keep on mentioning buffers and setbacks. Is there an industry standard between a water-cooled facility and an air-cooled facility, and that setback standard, minimum standard?
I haven't seen, it's a great question. I haven't seen a distinction based on the cooling. I am aware and anticipate that some of the commercial, there's some third-party groups that I think are trying to put together some best practices in terms of data center development and the types of setbacks and buffers and other things that can be leveraged to ensure, that the facility is well situated for where it's getting built. And I think some of those resources may be out as quickly as the end of this year. I haven't seen them yet, but I know there are folks who've been contacted by folks that are working on different iterations of how best to plan for those things. But I haven't seen a variation based on the type of cooling. I think at the end of the day, that the developer itself will look to, sound ordinances and other things and ensure that they're complying based on, whatever type of cooling they have. They will provide the mitigation and the design to ensure that they're good neighbors.
Right. What about the hardware that gets refurbished every so many years? Is that recycled, or what happens to that?
Yeah, many of our members have e-waste programs, circular environment programs where they will recycle, strip apart. The only thing that doesn't get recycled typically is the hard drives. Those usually are destroyed for security purposes, but the other materials certainly can and often are recycled. One thing that we are seeing now, data centers are using servers longer in some instances by swapping out the motherboards and other components. So, maybe 10 years ago, server was at the end of its useful life. You would remove the server from the data center environment. Now we're actually seeing different components of that server switched out to try and ensure, less e-waste and more useful life, longer useful life for some of those components.
Thank you.
So we talked about the cooling system several times. Do you have any data centers, we're right here at the Chesapeake Bay and Patuxent River, and do you have any data centers that have utilized bodies of water such as that for cooling? And if so, what's the environmental impact it has on that? And also, you talked about a lot of recycled water being used. And is that recycled water being evaporated? Is that saving on drip fields, or how's that benefiting the environment or hurting the environment?
Right. So I can't speak to bodies of water. I've got to think that there are data centers that have access to and are permitted to use water from bodies of water, but I can't speak to any specific fact pattern there, and I just don't go that deep. I apologize. In terms of the second question around, the recycled water, it's primarily going to depend on the type of cooling that a company will use, whether it's closed loop, whether it's evaporative cooling, in terms of how that water gets treated. We have facilities that will fill up a loop of water once, and then maybe they have to fill it up every couple of months because, there may be a loss of fluid, but that would be it. We have other facilities that will take the water, they will use the water to remove the heat from the server environment, and then they will, evaporate that water, based on the heat outside of the data center. It's just gonna depend. But in all instances, I think the idea of having, kind of that minimally treated water and the ability to access that minimally treated water is something that the industry really, can't speak for every company, but a lot of our members are very, very eager to leverage those kinds of, of systems for any type of cooling.
And you also talked about the increase of heat associated with AI. Are there projections on how much more energy? I know they're still in experimental stages, I get that. But are there projections on how much more energy or how much more cooling AI is going to require than is currently being used?
There are projections. I'm not schooled on those, and in some cases they're exponentially, greater, amounts of heat that are generated through an AI server. The question then becomes how many of those servers you would put in a particular square footage versus servers, that are different compute loads. So the configurations will vary. There's some optionality there in terms of how industry and different developers are designing their server halls to accommodate AI. I think probably the thing you said is where I default, which is it is still early. I think there's a lot of different types of configurations and designs that are being piloted. And then also just looking at the vendors and the press releases coming from NVIDIA, AMD, and other chip manufacturers, they all seem to really be leaning in on each generation of chip that comes out being more energy efficient than the past. You're also now seeing the chip manufacturers, I think, really lean in on some of the cooling technologies, including the direct-to-chip cooling I referenced, where, they will not only provide the chips, but they will provide servers and tubes that provide liquid to directly remove the heat from those chips. But it is still early days, and I think there's still, a lot of different things being piloted, different design aspects. Some companies are doing AI data centers. Some companies will have, a server hall with AI, but other server halls with regular compute. And then I was in a data center very recently where it was predominantly, CPUs, traditional computing, in one server hall, and there was one row off to the side that was AI. So I think there's still just very different configurations around how that's going to be sourced at the end of the day and designed.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. A great question. It's one that I'll be more equipped to answer in a couple of years.
Well, we greatly appreciate your information today. We're just trying to educate ourselves so we're prepared for what might come in the future. And you were recommended as an expert, so we really appreciate you taking the time to be with us today.
Great job.
Thank you.
I appreciate it. I don't hold myself out as an expert, but I'm always happy to talk about the industry, and I appreciate the opportunity. Thank you all for having me.
Absolutely. You have a good day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
So next item on the agenda is a meeting with Department of Economic Development on rural economic strategy.
Thank you very much. And we have a special guest here today, Carl Anderton.
Absolutely.
And I can just do a little brief introduction while he comes up here. Carl Anderton is the Director of Rural Economic Strategy for Maryland. He was appointed in July of 2024 by Governor Wes Moore. In this position, he's serving as the Principal Advisor on Rural Economic Development, working closely with local governments, like Calvert County, private sector leaders, policymakers to enhance economic opportunities. He served 3 terms with the House of Delegates from Maryland, representing Legislative District 38B, and was a member of the Appropriations Committee and the Education and Economic Development Subcommittee, as well as the Tri-County Council for the Lower Eastern Shore of Maryland and the Apprenticeship 2030 Commission. He previously served as the mayor of Delmar and the president of the Maryland Municipal League. And I just wanted to say I'm very grateful to Governor Moore and to the Commerce Secretary Kevin Anderson for creating this new position, which I think is really going to help to keep rural economic development issues at the forefront. So without further ado, here you go.
Can I get a copy of that? It's way better than the stuff I usually ran. Man. Mr. Secretary, how you doing, sir?
I'm wonderful. Thank you.
Good, good, commissioners. It's good to be down here this morning. Coming from the lower shore, I get to travel the state and there's 3 counties that always stick out to me. Somerset County, it's nice and flat on the water. Garrett County, it's the mountain peaks, and then, Culver County right here. I always have to make sure I say it correct.
Culvert.
Okay. Because, we do the same thing in Wycomico, even my county executive gets it wrong by saying Wacomico, and I'm like, no, it's Wycomico, so.
Worcester.
And Worcester,
How far are you
Talbot.
from Willards?
So Delmar's about 15 minutes, yeah,
Is that how far you are from there?
yeah. And you
Caught a
get-
lot of chickens there when I was a kid.
Oh, were you
My
chicken
Uncle
catcher?
Lewis was a Massey, which was big chicken.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, there's a bunch of masses, yeah, right on.
Yeah, they got a road across in, or this,
Yep,
that, yeah.
yep, absolutely. Yeah, they were down in Somerset too, there's masses down there too, yeah.
Yeah, you'd see Frank driving down, was at 50 with the dome light on, the newspaper, and he's just,
He's just trying to get to where he's going,
That's
that's right. Absolutely. I know what you're talking about, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you can hear him before you see him, so. But Calvert here, it's a mix of the two, You've got the rolling landscape, you're on the water, and it's very nice. It's just a good aesthetic, and I think that is something that positions you to grow, as the state continues to grow and move forward. You are geographically positioned to fully take advantage of that, in my opinion. And it was good to be here during the discussion of the data centers, because I'm not sure how everybody feels about that, but my opinion is I'm all hands on deck approach, and I think those are great ideas. It's a economic infusion into your county, which stimulates economic growth because it allows you to either expand services or lower your tax burden, which then makes you more attractive to other folks that want to come in and do business here in the county. And So I expect you to be very busy, you know, as these things unfold. But we had a chance to speak briefly at Mako. She, great, amazing person. I look forward to working with you as we move forward, as I learned this role, and the governor said to wrap your hands around it and make it yours. The way this came about, real quick, I know you got a lot on your agenda, is when Governor Moore was running for office, you know, we had a chance to connect, and he kept asking, he said, why do folks always feel in the rural parts of the state that they feel kind of left out, left behind? And I said, that's because we feel left out, left behind.
Because it's accurate.
Yeah. And so, you know, after the election and during the first legislative session, you know, we had a chance to connect and kind of hang out and talk. And so we talked more about that. And, you know, and he's like, how can we find ways to make sure those counties don't feel that way anymore? You know, we need to stop that. Everybody should have the same feeling when it comes to their relationship to his office, you know, and state government. And I said, well, you probably need a liaison, somebody that can go out there, you know, and kind of be your eyes and ears in those counties and kind of help take ideas that the counties have, that you would have, take those to your desk, Mr. Governor, and that way you know firsthand what's going on in real time, and the state can either be in the position to help or just get out of the way, you know, to allow you to grow the way that you want to grow, you know. And the governor feels very strongly about that. It should be, you know, each county should have their own identity on how they want to grow. You know, it shouldn't be mandated
I'm
down,
glad you say
down
that.
from above. You know, I strongly feel
I'm
that
glad
way,
to see.
coming from local
You ever watch
government.
when they're in session in Montgomery County?
Oh, yeah.
Montgomery County thinks that everybody's supposed to do what they want to do. I sit there and want to throw rocks at the TV.
Right.
I can't stand it when they get on there because every time I hear them speak, I don't know anybody that talks like them, and I don't know anybody that thinks like they do. I mean, I sit there and watch this and I go, that doesn't work here.
Right.
But because of the size of the county and because of the delegates that they have and the power they have, it just all of a sudden, as they want to go, apparently we have to as well. So I'm glad to hear you say that. I hope he watches that session and looks at it and makes up his own mind from there, because for me personally, it's about as agitating as all can be that, I mean, you live how you want to live in your area. But there's what, 24 jurisdictions in the state of Maryland? And they're all as different as the jurisdiction. So if I choose to live in one place because, say, I like a more rural character or I like a more busier place, what's how I choose to live? It doesn't mean that somebody else has to live that way too.
Right.
And that seems to get lost in the wash. So I'm very glad to hear you say
And the
that.
thing you have to remember, though, when it comes to the governor and administration is, you know, what the legislature does is what they do. You know, what the administration
Everybody always
does.
says that, but you know, as politicians, when we run for office, I'll tell you what, a friend of mine told me one
You
time.
get a lot of blame for stuff that you didn't do.
Well, but I'm gonna tell you what he told me, and it was accurate, because somebody was beating me up about Route 4, and I was sounding off how this is not fair, because it's not my road, it's got a number at state. He says, you're missing it, you're missing it. You ran for office. He doesn't know the governor,
Right.
doesn't know the delegation, doesn't know the Senate, but he knows you.
Right.
So you are who he's going to.
Sure.
And it's your job to facilitate that up the chain. And I sat there and let it marinate, and he was right. You know, when you're the governor or what have you, yes, there are limitations. Obviously, there's checks and balances, things of that nature. But you know, and I don't sit in that role or to try to backseat drive that, but to bring that point up, you know, how everybody wants their own identity, so to speak, that's where it starts. So if the legislature does something and the governor does not agree with that, I would hope that he would make a statement to that, at least work to try to mitigate some of that. Because that is easy to say, you know, like I could tell that person that comes see me, hey, that's Route 4 to state, go bug them. But that doesn't help their
No,
problem.
you can't do that. Yeah, that was never my style in the legislature or as a mayor. You know, I
And
would
you
take
know,
it
as a
upon
mayor,
myself.
your
Yeah.
boots on the ground.
Right.
So when they drop those bombs, you
Yeah.
see it as a mayor. You're
Right.
right there. You know, mayors and governors are in unique positions. They don't just get to do a bill and walk away.
Right.
As in our form of government. So
We have to deal with the bills that
Yes,
we
you
make.
do.
Yeah, no, you're
Yes,
right,
you do.
absolutely. And so it's kind of, I'm taking that kind of mindset with me here. So if you have issues with state highway, if you have issues with, you know, MDE, I mean, you're lucky here.
We have issues with the wealth formula.
You have this, yeah.
The
That's
school
a great
wealth
example.
funding formula.
Yes, I
You're
hear
here
that-
to talk about
I
economic
hear that
development. Let me tell you our problem. If we generate more revenue, the state takes 40% of it for the schools.
That's right.
40%.
That's right.
Sounds like Worcester County. They deal with the same thing because of Ocean City.
Last year, we lost
Yeah.
$22 million in our school system because of a snafu and a pilot. And the state said, oh, you've got $54 million in new tax revenue. We're going to take 22 of it for you. We're not going to fund your schools 22 million. You've got to backfill that. So what kind of economic incentive do we have to grow if the state's going to take 40% of whatever we generate?
And that's where it gets tricky, and that's where this becomes,
That's where we need the governor's help.
right.
And to Commissioner Hans's point, so if you go back in time, there was the gas tax. Gas tax was supposed to go, to help the counties and all, well, gone. Teacher pension shift. So we're responsible to make sure that teacher pension's there, now, before, the state of Maryland used to kick in.
Right.
But we don't manage that fund. They take that fund. So if they take it and deplete it, it's still our responsibility to put it back. So all these shifts, all these unfunded mandates, gas tax, pension shift, all this stuff, and then all of a sudden Blueprint comes out. You will do Blueprint. Okay, great. You will do, but I'm taking all these tools from you, and then you take 22 million from a school system. I would love to run for any office and go, I am running for office, and I'm here to say I'm going to take your school money. Let's run that ad.
Yeah.
Mike Hart, taking school funds. No one does that. Everybody says you support education, and just because you have a law firm or a financial budget department that's so good looks at it and goes, you know what? They're not in a pilot program anymore. What gets lost in that translation is the people that live 868 feet from that facility. You know what they were told? That deal was done at 1600. Okay, when that LNG facility went in there, okay, that was done at 1600. Everybody signed off, both sides of the aisle. Anybody who had elected office signed off on this thing because of the money it would generate, the jobs it would generate. We got a sheet of paper telling us how much tax dollar we would get for 6 years, to the penny. But you know what nobody said in any of that? While you're negotiating this contract and you fall out of that pilot, now we're going to take those funds. That conversation was never there. If it was, I was never in the room. Now, I was running for office after the deal was made, but I was in office when it was being built and all that going on. And I want to tell you, talk about an inconvenience. If you lived on that road, it was an inconvenience. But the residents there were like, you know what? Okay, this is going to keep our taxes low. It's going to help do this, help do that. And yes, there's some financial benefit, but not what we were told it was going to be, because no one saw that coming. In fact, when did the superintendent get that notification? What was it, like in January? How do you do that when you start your budget process all year long? I mean, by January, you're just about done. And then all of a sudden you get hit with that. And to Commissioner Hans's point, what is the incentive to take this rural character that we got, attract big business, just to turn around and give it to the state who's not going to give it to our schools, who's not, I mean, you can't get the grass cut on Route 4. Commissioner Hans been asking about sinking the lights. Just sinking the lights. I don't know who you got to get that done. I don't know if you got to call 1600 or what have you. That's been going on since my last board. And don't mention the Solomon's Bridge. That thing has to fall in the water before we'll replace that. So if I'm a Calvert County resident, I go, why? Why do I want to put up with one more extra car? Why do I want to put up with any noise or anything if the state's just going to take it? And like you say, when it goes to legislation, well, we don't have the delegates that Baltimore, PG, or Montgomery County has. But yet we're being asked to pay for it.
Now, I will tell you, you may not have the strength and numbers that Montgomery County has, but you have something that no other county has.
Yes, sanity, peace of mind.
That is the honey badger.
You're who?
The honey badger. Who is the honey badger?
Oh,
you asked?
Delegate Fisher.
Mark Fisher.
But what happens when he walks in that room up there? Let's be honest, what happens?
I'm gonna tell you the truth.
That's
not
right.
That's not entirely true. I've served with him, and they may not like his approach, but they respect his desire to work for his county.
Oh, his knowledge
So,
is there. He's
yeah.
detailed. He makes great, excellent points. And you know what
Yep.
they say? I don't care if he had a cure for cancer, because if he touches it, I don't want it.
There are some people who say it, but the
Yeah.
majority overall.
And he does
majority-
his job. He
Yep.
fights like nobody's
Yes, he
business.
does.
but if you don't have the numbers,
Right.
and I hate the RD discussion. I hate that. Everybody runs for office. Nobody says, you know what, I'm only gonna take care of Republicans, or I'm only gonna take care of Democrats.
Take care of everybody.
I'm running for everybody. But something happens when you get in that room up
Right.
there, you gotta form allegiances. And you know what they say? They say, well, you follow leadership.
I
What
never
does
did.
that mean?
I didn't do that, but.
You know, I mean, I will tell you, there have been political people that have come from this county and gone there and done everything they can to do the right way, and sometimes votes don't go their way or what have you. But now what you see is if they try to say, hey, you know what, I'm gonna support a Republican idea or a Democrat idea, they get ostracized.
That's everywhere.
It is everywhere, but it
That's
shouldn't be. So, and I'm sorry, because when you opened that door,
No, that's all right.
when you
hey,
said that,
hey,
you know,
hey,
that people
what-
want to be unique.
Right, what I appreciate is that the Honey Badger gets it authentic. I love it. You guys are on fire, you care about your home, and that's amazing to me, and I love it. So I'm all for this. I'm all about it. You know, and so, the lights on Route 4, we can work, that's something we can work on.
We've been working
We can
on
work,
that.
that's something we can work on.
Wealth formula is more important.
Yes,
Let's
I'm
work
sure
on the
that-
wealth
right.
formula.
So question,
yes.
when going on Blueprint, what we talked about,
Yep.
if you're traveling throughout the state, I know there's a lot of these rural counties that are struggling with Blueprint.
Everybody's got, it's the same, it's a unified issue.
Okay,
Yeah.
so what's the governor gonna do
Yes.
to address Blueprint?
So again, that was a legislative act, but he has come out publicly. I think if you were at Mako, you heard him specifically
We heard him say it, but we haven't seen
Yeah,
any
and
change yet.
so, you know, once we get into January, we'll see where things go from there, but he's the first person I know to say out loud, we need to do something about this, you know? I mean,
But in the meantime, we all sit in suspense and work on our budgets, and we don't know what the hell we're up against, for sure. And I've sat in meetings with smaller counties that really have next to no revenue, almost beside themselves. What are we gonna do? We can't be a part of this. Maybe we'll just have to take our knocks from state and just not get any funding. And then Montgomery County says, raise your taxes. If you want good education, you raise your taxes. Well, on poor people, you
you
can't
can't do
keep
that. You can't keep
raising
digging into
taxes.
somebody's pocket. I personally believe that.
Yeah, and
Absolutely.
from Commissioner Catherine Grasso, how I look at it now and what my mindset is, and this is just me, this is not my 4 other commissioners, I think we as a county have to be masters of our own fate, because I don't feel we're gonna get anything from Annapolis. When you take 22.5 million away from us, and we've tried to be good stewards of our money, it's not just, I say our money, that was a mistake, our constituents'
Sure.
money. And we try to educate our children, and we try to have amenities for our children in a rural county, which is pretty darn hard because they don't have a mall to go to. We do have a movie theater now, we don't have a skating rink. I think we're just gonna have to make sure we take care of ourselves because no one else in Annapolis is gonna do it. And our Delegate Fisher, he fights like hell, but when he gets up to speak, I see how the other side treats him, and I see how they react. He has next to no chance of getting anything done. But that's just Commissioner Grasso.
That's the
talking.
posturing you see, but what I see are the conversations in the hallway. And they always walk down the hall, because I had a couch in the hallway outside my office. It was called Cornbread's Porch. I would sit there just so I could listen, just so I could listen. I wanted to hear what people were saying as they're walking by. I'm sitting there eating a chicken sandwich or whatever, you know, and I could hear them walking by, and I'm like, man, you know, the Honey Badger, man, he was speaking truth. But then it goes back to that tribalism that you were talking about, that's everywhere now.
And I'll give you a good point. So I don't know if you have any kids that play sports, or if
I
you
did, yeah.
go to any schools.
Yeah.
So when you go around this state and you see the facilities, now here we lost 22 million for schools. Now we're talking about paying a teacher's salary. We had an emergency meeting that we were chastised like nobody's business because at 4:30, Commissioner Cox?
Yes,
We
sir.
spoke. There was how many termination letters ready to go out?
Or went out.
Went out. So we had a meeting We did not have that money to pull out. So here it come, general fund, where else you go, right? Okay? Now, here, just to pay teacher salaries, we lose 22 million. When you go to these other places, turf fields, they look like stadiums when you go in. Think, what's that one? Is it Woodlawn or around Linganore or whatever? It looks like I'm at a college campus stadium. Do you know the baseball field in my town has a porta potty that's not ADA compliant? Now, how am I going to get even a functional bathroom? It's a porta potty. It's a single porta potty that tilts like this, okay? How am I going to get a bathroom when I can't even get the money to pay teachers' salaries? And I am all in support. I want the best paid teacher in the world. I want the best facility, education. Some kids, the only education they will ever see is public school. I'm all about it all day long. So we have funded at a higher level than what the state of Maryland said we've had to for years. For years. Our OPEB account, look how small contribution we have to do this year. They weren't putting any money in to make sure that teacher pensions were there or their health insurance or anything. We funded that OPEB account to a point, and Bruce could probably speak to it. I think I could die and be reincarnated a couple times, and that money's still there. Okay, we've done very well with that. So here we've tried to do everything by the book, by standards, keep, everything that they've said to do. But then you see all these other facilities, and you go, my God, what happened to Calvert? Teams come here and they look at these fields, and our high school team last year had to cancel some of their home games because their field wasn't even able to play on. Here in Calvert County. So Patuxent had 3 home games this year because last year they had more home games because I believe it was Huntingtown and Northern, I don't want to misspeak, had to cancel some home games. Why should that be? The only turf field that we have in this county is the private school, Calverton. But travel around. It's that same cookie cutter approach all the way around there. But to Commissioner Grasso's point, you want it, raise taxes. So my folks need to raise taxes to pay for the rest of the state. I mean, and I'm sorry, but that's just a fact. And it's unbelievable to have an LNG facility, to have a nuke plant. Nobody lives here. We didn't have enough people for rain tax. You had to have 100,000 people for rain tax. Remember that?
Yep.
We didn't even have enough for rain tax. But how much money is going up from that nuke plant and from that LNG facility? We can't even keep the little paltry gas tax. When they took alcohol tax to 9% from 6 to 9, they said, no, don't wait. We're going to go 7, 8, 9. It's for the kids. I haven't seen it for Calvert County kids. And there's a lot of alcohol tax rolls out.
Welcome to Calvert
also-
County.
And also, the 231 project, we went through 2 MACO sessions. Oh, yes, we're doing it. No, we're taking it away. Yes, we're doing it. We still don't know if the project's going on. We
I
just
think
had
we do
another-
know.
It's not going.
It's not going.
We
So
don't
what was
have
that
enough
supposed to,
people
I
dying.
wasn't privy to those, I mean, so.
They pulled all the highway
They pulled
I
all
know
the
they,
highway.
I know they
They
did that, but I
pulled
mean,
the
what were you,
highway.
what was 231?
Well, we had
Rewriting
3
or-
projects, and we went through, 2 MACO sessions, and yes, you're getting this money. No, we're taking it back away and getting it. And
Safety improvements for
we still,
intersections.
Okay.
But as you know, all the money's going to the purple line.
Yeah, there's issues all across the state with that. We're in Western Maryland with
Then we gotta fix the Key Bridge.
I-81, the Key Bridge, Route 90 in Worcester County, there's issues on 50 and 13, I mean, 70, I mean, it's everywhere.
We just like to get our highway user funds back.
Yeah.
Or how about keep the tax revenue that we were promised when they built that facility?
I'm sorry we're beating up on you.
That's
with
all
I
right.
know, I mean, I'm sorry.
Governor won't come to see us.
I'm
so
good with that,
you're-
I'm good with that. And
You're his
everything,
liaison. so.
everything that we're talking about is gonna go to him, so.
Oh, good.
Yeah, absolutely, so everything. we're-
He's supposed to be coming in
Yeah.
January. We
Yeah.
heard a rumor, but
Yes.
have we got that confirmed yet?
Thursday or Friday, the first week.
And I promise you, it's not an RD thing with me. I swear it's not. I just don't think my people should sit in the back seat to anybody.
I agree with that.
I think Calvert County
Absolutely.
residents are just
Yeah.
as good as anybody else.
Absolutely.
But to take money from the school and go, it's a clerical thing. Stop. Nothing we can do about it.
That's a
Wow.
big, that's a big clerical thing.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
Isn't it? There's nothing we can do about it.
So
Okay?
we greatly appreciate you coming down.
Yeah, no,
And we greatly appreciate having
Yeah.
a liaison for economic
Yeah.
development.
Yeah, absolutely. And so, like I said, this is gonna be put in our report to the governor. It goes to his desk. It doesn't go to his staff, as you know how things work. It's a little different. This goes right to him. So, So when he comes down in January, he'll have an understanding of
You can come
of
with
what
me.
was discussed. Oh, we'll be here.
We're gonna have a great
Yeah.
lunch.
Yeah, please feel free to
Yeah.
come
We're
back
gonna have a great
anytime.
lunch.
Yeah.
We've got you covered.
Yeah, we'll be here. Absolutely.
We won't beat up on you then, we'll beat up on him.
We
You're
are
gonna
not
beat up on me
shy.
too, so. But I look forward to spending time down here. Like I said, it's our second visit, and so we're going to ramp those up. We were trying to prioritize getting to commissioner and council meetings, but for some reason in the state of Maryland, everybody meets on Tuesdays.
Tuesdays, yeah, it's a
So-
law, I think.
Yeah, so we started doubling up. So like I'm leaving here and I'm going to Talbot on the way home, to their council meeting on the way home, and so then I'll get home and I'll sit out back with a cigar and feel bad for myself because I got beat up all day.
Oh, if you come down, I'll bring you one of my husband's cigars next time you come.
Well, that's a date, absolutely.
There
You have
you
me at
go.
hello. But I appreciate it, and so, I look forward, like I said, to building the relationships and taking care of things that we can take care of.
Yeah.
And shedding light on the things that maybe we can't take care of to see what can happen
Absolutely.
through the proper avenues.
Come back in January.
Oh, yeah, we'll be back before then, though.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Safe
Thank
trip.
Take care.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My man, I like you.
There
We
you
have our
go.
own honey badger.
He gets it honest, absolutely.
Yeah, definitely.
So the next item on the agenda, Office of County Administrator, Tri-County Council for Southern Maryland update. No. Morning, John. Good morning.
Morning, sir.
Just so you know, we're a half hour behind schedule.
We'll run through this quickly. Good afternoon, County Commissioners. Linda Turner, Deputy County Administrator. With us today, we have Mr. John Hartline, Executive Director of the Tri-County Council for Southern Maryland, and he will provide to the board a briefing. Just for a little perspective, for over 55 years, the Tri-County Council has been instrumental in advancing opportunities critical to the region's prosperity. Through its focus on economic development, agriculture, workforce training, and transportation, the council provides Southern Maryland's citizens and businesses with resources for sustainable growth. The Tri-County Council's priorities and programs are driven by real-time needs to support the regional initiatives. And with that, I will turn it over to Mr. Hartline.
Good morning.
Morning. Afternoon.
I'm going to deviate just for a second. As some of you may know, I serve on the Patuxent River Commission. It's appointed position by the governor. They made me chair 2.5 years ago. And while I was there, we had a presentation on gray water being used to cool server farms at Fort Meade. I'd take a look at that. What I remember from the presentation was that they were using up to 5 million gallons a day in the summertime, and they were evaporating about 90% and then returning it in a smaller pipe back to the sewage treatment plant. Charles County is doing exactly the same thing with their electric generation, with their new electric plant. 5 million gallons comes from the Mattawoman sewage plant up to the electric generation plant, and then a small percentage of that, maybe 10%, is sent back after it's concentrated by evaporation. You might find that useful information. All right, moving on to the presentation. Can we go to the I'll let you handle that. Tri-County Council has, I'm going to talk about the budget for a minute. Just so your constituents know, there is actually 5 Tri-County Councils in the state of Maryland. They represent 15 counties. We are the oldest Tri-County Council. We were formed in 1964 when they took the slot machines out of Southern Maryland. I have a plaque on my wall that says that we were created on December 6th, 1964. All of the other Tri-County councils are younger. The 3 on the Eastern Shore were created around 2000, 2001. First thing on the budget, go back one. I want to point out that each of the counties gives $125,000 in seed money to the Tri-County Council. That's in state statute. You'll see down here on the lower left, there's a tiny little slice. That gray slice represents how much Calvert County is contributing to the Tri-County Council. We take that money and do programs and get funding from state and federal, the federal government, state government. Our largest program up until recently was money that came from the federal government that's funded out of formulas for WIOA. The larger yellow slice is economic development money that was given to each one of the Tri-County councils to do economic development right after the pandemic. Each Tri-County council was given $10 million to do economic recovery development after the pandemic. I will mention that it was the Rural Maryland Council, who's made up of all the rural counties, that asked for that request, and it was funded by the previous outgoing governor. So even though the counties are contributing, there are other funds that are coming in. We also receive funds you'll see as local funding. That's other counties other than the Tri-County area that is contributing funds. Most of that money is going to statewide programs that we operate through SMATIC. And you'll see there's other revenue. There's a small amount of funds. SMATIC and other organizations do some fundraising, and we do get occasional private foundation money given to the Tri-County Council for specific programs. Okay, moving on. For workforce, I included a few facts so you'll have an understanding of what we do at the Tri-County Council. For workforce, it goes up and down a little each year, so we included 2 years' worth of information. For Calvert County, our workforce division has helped 462 people seek better employment or new employment when they're unemployed in the last 2 years. We have had, we do skills upgrade training. Money comes from the federal government through the WIOA program. We also had money that came through ARPA. And in the last 2 years, we've done $307,000 worth of upgrade training. We do customized recruitments. We're going to stay on this page here for a minute. We do customized recruitments. We have paid employment training for youth in the summertime. We had 16 paid youth employment positions paid for through WIOA, and we did paid training. That was a new thing that came out of ARPA, paying people to learn new skills. We had 27 people from Calvert County. Other workforce development facts, we provided businesses, since this federal money comes in, right here, back one more. Workforce facts. We provide workforce services to businesses. This is paid for out of taxes from the federal government. 523 businesses in Calvert County took advantage of services that we provided them, finding them employees, training their employees. We had 25 customized recruitments. One of the things we do is when someone says, I need 2 or 3 people with this skill set, we run a recruitment. We go through the database of people looking for employment. We find people with the correct skill sets. We also bring in people we're training that have the correct skill sets. And we actually provide, they may interview 10 or 15 people in a single day that match those skill sets and get those people. We don't pick the people that get the job, but we get the correct people there at the interview process. In Calvert County, these citizens that got hired in the last 2 years, we had 48 people who got employment going through customized recruitments. The Mobile Career Center comes to the county. Now, the Mobile Career Center is designed to go to various places where the employees are hard to reach. And they use the employees or the job seekers are hard to reach. It's really the other way around. It's more like the job seekers can't get to us to help them find jobs. So we take the Mobile Career Center here in Calvert County. We visit Smile Incorporated. We go to the Fairview Library, the Prince Frederick Library. We go down to Solomon's Library. And we also visit other special events. We've been to events in a Veterans Job Fair. We've been to Northern High School. We've been to the Southern Maryland Reviving the Community Fair at Kings Landing Park. So we do move around and we go to places where people may not be able to come to visit us. There's a picture of the MCC, Mobile Career Center. It has 8 computers on it. The person who's been operating it has been with us slightly shorter than I've been at the Tri-County Council, over 10 years. He is a veteran, and he works with anybody who comes on there to help them find employment. Hans is very skilled in that some days you never know who's going to come on looking for a job. Could be a person who's a high school dropout. It could be a PhD that's looking for a new job at Pax River. You really don't know. He enrolls people and gets them onto the Maryland Workforce Exchange. We did run a job fair here in Calvert County. That was on the October 2nd at the community college. We had 256 job seekers who were registered the day before the event. We do have people that walk on to, there's some walk-ons as well. There were 24 hiring businesses at that event at the Prince Frederick CSM campus. Moving on to transportation programs. The Tri-County Council has a number of transportation programs. They're mostly funded either by MDOT or by WashCog, the Metropolitan Washington Council of Governments. We do commuter support, van pool programs. We do health and human services support and transportation. We do transportation planning and regional coordination between the counties. And we've done actual planning for some of the counties. Charles County was one of the most recent. And we do economic development to support economic development and get employees to work. I have here some numbers from the Washington Metropolitan Council of Governments. Right now, we have a commuter match database. These are people who are looking to be in a van pool or a car pool or a guaranteed ride home. The database right now has 512 people in Calvert County. It has 316 that are looking to be on a match for getting in a carpool, and it has 205 who are asking for just a guaranteed ride home if they're taking a commuter bus. I know that we run every single day. There are new people in there. We run a list every single morning. Get that list out of that database, and anybody that's new that has a match, we call them or we email them and say, hey, we have a match for you to match. I went to George yesterday morning and I asked if he had the most recent information, and he actually pointed out to somebody who lived in Prince Frederick who was just registered the day before to go for a carpool to the Pentagon right out of Prince Frederick. So we work that every single day during the week. Moving on. We have MTA buses. We are responsible, and when there are problems, they don't call MTA directly. They call a telephone number that comes to the Tri-County Council. We monitor all the buses. If a bus is not going to roll, we get an email, or actually, we get a text message that says, hey, this bus isn't going. So we're one of the first ones to know when a bus is going, when it's not going. There have been disruptions in commuting, as probably all of you have heard, due to driver shortages. We think that that's stabilized at the present time, but our office, when there are complaints or questions, they come to our office. We try to help the person as much as we can, and then we refer, if it's something we can't handle, up to MDOT or WashCog for them to respond to. We also go visit all of the park and rides in southern Maryland. There are 10 park and ride lots right now in Calvert County. We visit those at least once a month, usually twice a month, and we report any problems back to WashCog or to MDOT for repairs and remediation. Moving on to the commuter bus program. Just so you have some idea of the number of people we deal with, the bus system, 830, the Route 830 bus, has over 40,000 people ride that bus every year. If you look at 840, 31,000 people ride, they take a bus trip either, and in this statistics, a bus trip is a round trip, going to DC and back. And 850, there are 9,000. Those are all from Calvert County. There are 81,000 bus trips a year going from here to mostly to DC. We have a coordination committee that we run. You can go on to the next one. Coordination committee, it's the SCADA grant, statewide coordination and technical assistance grant. This grant allows us to help coordinate local transit across the Tri-County area. This is the coordination committee helps to make sure that you can get on a bus in Charles County and match a bus schedule and go to St. Mary's County, or you can go to the, in Charlotte Hall, you can go and get off a bus from Charles County and come to Calvert County and vice versa. The system still needs work, but you can ride buses from county to county. In my early years at the Tri-County Council, I actually rode the buses on a regular basis to see how well that worked. It has improved, but it still needs work. Moving on, I want to talk about the Wheels to Wellness program. This program was first started in 2018. The Tri-County Council did a study and found out by getting all of these local transit providers together that one of the most difficult problems that we had was people who were sick or in poor physical condition, or maybe they were going to the hospital for surgery and they couldn't get a ride home. And we studied the problem and we came up with a program that would take those people, and the first part of the program was to make sure that when people didn't have transportation to go home from the hospital, they can't just dump them somewhere. They have to get a ride home. And so we started working with the Calvert Health was the first hospital that actually volunteered to work on this. And we started giving people rides to the hospital, home from the hospital, and also to follow-up visits. There's a map here on this page where you can see a dot for each of the people that we've given rides to. You can see that some of the rides are concentrated in Prince Frederick, but it's really designed for rural transportation. All the dots down in Solomons, those are people who are getting on the bus and going to Calvert Health. You can see a wide dispersion of dots on the north end of the county. Those are people who are riding the bus either to the hospital or home from the hospital, to a doctor's office or home from the doctor's office after they've had procedures. I'll go to the next page. We have this, we run this program in the 3 counties. It originated and started in Calvert County. And I have to say thank you, because the group got started. It was, I guess you would call it a community of the willing who wanted to get together and solve this problem. It was the Arc of Southern Maryland, who was the first organization to step forward and say, we can help transport these people. Our bus drivers have the skills and we have the buses to make this happen. Terry Long, the executive director, and I have become good friends. We've worked on this for a number of years. And also Nicole Flaherty, who is the director of patient care at Calvert Health, has been instrumental in getting this started and then eventually expanding it to all the counties. You can see here that we had 113 different clients in the period from January 22 through July of this year. We've done 2,810 trips. Now, these are one-way trips. We consider taking somebody to a doctor's office and home a second trip. Quite often, we're dealing with people who may have had outpatient surgery. They come out, they don't have a way to get home. We schedule and take them home with, we are using vehicles that have wheelchair lifts. We have people trained, because they work for the ARC, on getting people with special needs on the bus and off the bus. If you've ever seen situations where, and I've seen it, I'll use Charles County as an example. A lady couldn't get on the bus and the driver helped them, and I mentioned that, and they said, well, that's really illegal. They're not allowed to help somebody get on the bus because that's a liability issue. Well, the ARC, they're trained to do that. And so it's very important that the people have a relationship and can get on and off the bus with the bus driver helping them. And finally, I want to go to the next page here that actually talks about how much it saves money. It turns out that one of the important things when somebody has an event, and I've been through a couple of surgeries myself in the last 10 years, when you get home and you are in recovery and you have a follow-up visit, you want to make sure that the person comes to that follow-up visit. And we built the model so it doesn't just take the person who has transportation barriers home from the hospital. We want to make sure they go to the follow-up visits. And what we found out was through the CRISP system, this is a hospital information system. We don't look at it, the hospitals look at it to see what are the results and how much, I guess you'd call it bounce backs, people who have gone home and then have to come back to the hospital, to the ER, or come back to intensive care. And you can see here from this chart that in that first 1 month period, in our cohort of people that we're helping, before they were in the program, they had $615,000 worth of charges, and after they were in the program, they had $183,000 worth of charges. Now that just doesn't mean it's saving money. It also means people are recovering, and it also means that people have significantly reduced suffering. And at the hospital, it's all about, can we save money? Does the transportation result in better outcomes? And the last thing I want to say about this, and we modeled this after something that was happening on the Eastern Shore. We saw what they did. Their no-show rate on the Eastern Shore when they discontinued their program was 40%. 40% of the people that needed to go back to the doctor didn't go back to the doctor. The no-show rate for this program is between 2 and 4%. 96% or more of the patients go to all of their follow-up visits. That's the secret to having people get better after they've been in the hospital. And moving on for the last thing, the last area, I want to talk about the Southern Maryland Ag Development Commission. It was created by the Cigarette Restitution Fund back in the year 2000 when they took out tobacco. A portion of the Cigarette Restitution Fund was decided would go back to help farmers transition from tobacco to other crops. We're now in the 24th year of that process. A lot of farmers have fully transitioned. Some are still looking for that niche. A lot of the farmers have aged out. I mean, Mr. Commissioner Hance, I looked at his age the other day. He's only slightly younger than I am, and he's in farming. So, you know, it's time for a lot of transition to happen from the older generation to the new generation. And we have new people coming in that want to get in farmland and get into farming. And SMATIC is facilitating that. One of the things that they did this year heavily was do a lot of training of young people. People are blogging from their farms. People who have producing farm products. They may be selling pumpkins. They may be selling squash. They may be selling kale off their farm. They came to our office and got trained on, hey, here's how you start a blog. Here's how you get on Instagram, or here's how you talk every week about something that's going on in your farm, and encourage people to connect to you as a local producer and come to your farm to buy products. And we actually gave each person a tripod to hold their cell phone on and a microphone, and actually had them create their own blog here at our office. Moving on, I wanted to mention that we do mini grants at Calvert. in Calvert. We've had, this year, 4 farms in Calvert receive a mini grant. Usually those mini grants are for new products, like they want to create or they want to raise a new crop, or they want to, let's say, start raising a certain animal, and they need things for specific to that. So these mini grants are to get the farmers to try new things, and maybe begin new programs or new crops for themselves. In addition to that, we ran the Buy Local Challenge. We had originally started the Buy Local Challenge. The state took it over years ago, and does it at either the Department of Agriculture under Larry Hogan. They did it at the right at his house there on State Circle. But locally, we decided that we wanted to have a Buy Local Challenge night at the end of Buy Local Week. We did one in each one of the counties, and this year we put it out to bid so that any one of the people who had done it before, we had the 5 different ones at 5 counties, and the bid went to Serenity Farms. It happened right across on the other side of the Benedict Bridge, and there were 11 vendors from Calvert County at the Buy Local Challenge. The last thing I wanted to talk about that SMATIC's doing is the Maryland Money Market Program. The Maryland Money Market Program is a program that it started in Baltimore, but it's statewide, and the state, the Department of Agriculture, is providing us with some funding at the Tri-County Council to run the program. What it does is it helps farmers markets or gives the equipment and the training to farmers markets to accept SNAP and other benefits for food to be accepted at farmers markets. So the farmers markets can swipe the SNAP cards, and the people can actually buy fresh vegetables, fresh fruits, and other goods produced on the farm at farmers markets. This it helps the farmer. It increases the availability of fresh foods for the people who are clients. And then the Maryland market money, every time they spend $1 on fresh food at a farmer's market, either local counties or the state government matches it with an additional $1. So it basically says, whatever you buy fresh food at a farmer's market, we double that by adding money from the state or from a local county government. Right now, that program is being operated in Calvert County with funds that are coming from the state. We have a list of participating markets that are like North Beach Farmers Markets, the Windy Willow Farm Stand, and the Calvert Health at Calvert Health Medical Center Farmers Market. The program is largest in Baltimore County and Baltimore City. They are contributing a substantial amount of money. On that earlier chart, I showed that we were getting local money from other counties. We get money from Montgomery County. We get to run the program in Montgomery County. We get money from Baltimore County and Baltimore City to run it in the Baltimore area. We get private contributions from nonprofits in Baltimore to run that in Baltimore. We're also using it in Frederick County and several other counties. So that Maryland Market Money Program has been around now. This is our 4th year. I also wanted to mention that we run the Southern Maryland Meets program that is in all 5 counties down here. In Calvert County, they have the most number of participating farms at 10 in the Southern Maryland Meats program. Most of the production in that is in the form of beef. Some of it is in pork. And finally, some of you may be familiar with the Southern Maryland Heritage Area. The Heritage Area has been around for about 20 years. Was a state heritage area. In December, I would think it was December 22nd, 2022, the federal government designated the Southern Maryland National Heritage Area. And at that time, they designated 13 that year, but there are 62 national heritage areas. And these national heritage areas are places where historic, cultural, and natural resources combine to form a cohesive, nationally important landscape. Now, the way we got this designation is we formed a feasibility study at the Tri-County Council. The funding for that came from the Rural Maryland Council. And the feasibility study identified historically significant locations or places or things to visit in Southern Maryland. And the total number on that feasibility study was 220 historically significant sites in Southern Maryland. That was the most number for any heritage area ever recorded. Out of that 62, that was the most. Southern Maryland has some of the deepest and most historic places of historic significance, from whether that's down at St. Mary's City, where Maryland began. We have things that are in the past and history, and we also have things that are going on. One of the things was Patuxent Naval Air Station. It's in use today, played a key role during World War II, but it played a significant role in the Gulf War. They still work with and provide airplanes to all of our Navy carriers on the East Coast. So there's a lot of historical things. Interestingly, here in Calvert County, when we looked at the assets, you have some of the best well-developed venues here in Southern Maryland. I saw that you talking about the Calvert Marine Museum. I am a member there, even though I live in Charles County. And it is one of the best venues. It's a great place to visit. It has a lot of history. It's done a lot of work, not just in fossils, but in recent. It tells a great story. So when we're looking at places to increase visitation and to advertise in a nationwide manner, I think you have some of the best assets here in Calvert County. Finally, the Southern Maryland Heritage Area and Southern Maryland National Heritage Area has grant programs. We also facilitate grants going up to the state. Then this last round, the town of North Beach got a $79,500 grant. The Marine Museum got a $50,000 grant. We do mini grants. The mini grants are designed to take maybe beginning organizations or historical locations and have them apply and get the skills to write a grant, and then administer a grant, and then report on a grant. So we give them small grants. They go through the process so they can go to the state and apply for larger grants. And this year, the total grants provided to Calvert County was $144,200. And with that, I'm done, and if you have any questions about the council, I'll be happy to answer anything you might have.
You sure do a lot.
It's an
Wow.
eclectic group of
It
people
is.
we have.
It is. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you. I
This
didn't realize the trips to DC, that many trips.
Yes, I didn't. And I knew there was a ride share because I've been retired about 7 years, and a lot of people I worked with signed up for it, and it was so convenient. I never had to. My husband and I both worked in the city, so we relied on each other, but it's wonderful. And then when he retired, I took the bus, and that was a lifesaver.
My wife did some consulting work in her earlier career, and she took the bus from Charles County up to DC, and then when she got on the got ready to go on the return bus, they asked her where she was going, and she said, well, Southern Maryland, and the guy says, Charles County or Calvert County? And he said, Charles County, and she said, you need the bus back there. So, yeah, the buses have played an important role in getting people to DC. You have I think 59% of the total budget comes to Southern Maryland for commuters. And we're pretty proud that we've worked on that. And we try to get people to work. And I do have one other thing I'll mention to you. We had a meeting last week, and they talked about the unemployment rate in Southern Maryland. And overall, our 3 counties are 1.9%. That is the lowest unemployment rate of the 13 workforce development boards.
Wow.
So unfortunately, when you do really well, they cut your funding because they say you have less people to work with. But
Well, there was a panic when we thought we were going to lose the commuter buses.
yes, and we were on the phone talking to people a lot.
Thank you for that.
Thank you for everything you've done.
Thank you. Do we share the link for the wellness, Wheels to Wellness on our website? Do we have a link to that?
I don't know that, it's mostly, I'll tell you, it's mostly being administered by the care coordinators in each of the hospitals.
Okay.
So the care coordinators, they know, because of HIPAA, we don't know what the person's condition is, but they know the condition and they know the circumstance. So if they, there may be a temporary situation where they can't get a ride, or it may be more permanent. So the care coordinators are the secret to making sure that the rides happen when the people need them.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, John. Have a great day.
I will. Have a great day.
Okay.
Thank you for having me. I
Thank you.
appreciate it.
Thank you.
So that brings us to new business, Office of the County Attorney, request for state legislation. Mr. County Attorney.
Afternoon, Commissioners. John Norris, County Attorney. As you know probably better than I, the County Commissioners is the oldest form of government in the state of Maryland, so the only powers you have are those that the state grants you. This is our annual request for legislative items from the state. So we've assembled 10 different requests that we're going to go through very quickly. First one, we identified that Calvert Memorial has changed its name through the State Department of Assessments and Taxation. Public local laws still refer to Calvert Health as Calvert Memorial. There's not a pending request for funding. We're just asking that the state law be updated to reflect the current name of the institution. So we're asking for the Board of County Commissioners to support this request for state legislation.
You want a motion for each of these?
That would be the clearest, yes.
I'll make a motion that we support the request for Calvert Health and Medical Center.
Second.
A motion and a second that we support request number 1. Any discussion on that motion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you, sir. Transfer tax. Calvert is one of 4, maybe 5 counties in the state of Maryland that does not charge a transfer tax on written instruments. Those include deeds. They include the transfer of ownership interest in land organizations that include the ownership of real property. So they're called real property. Let me get the name right. Real property entities or deeds. So we're asking for the Board of County Commissioners to have the ability to conduct a local public hearing to adopt a transfer tax that's based on a percentage of the consideration that's paid.
So I have a question on this one.
Yes, sir.
If somebody has their property in a trust, does this apply?
If their trust includes more than just real estate and they are transferring that trust to somebody else that just has real estate in it, it would be subject to this. But if it's going to add a new niece, a new nephew, if it's going to add a new family member to the trust, or it's going to add vehicle to the trust or something else, then it will not. It's controlling interest in the real estate entity. If that defined this trust, then it would. But usually, no. Bless you.
Bless you.
Bless you.
Questions? Motion?
Again, this is not asking you to adopt the tax. This is asking for authority to be able to have a conversation locally about it.
So when would it be adopted?
Bless you.
Bless you.
Unless it's adopted as emergency legislation, it wouldn't go into effect until October 1 of 2025. Earliest it could be effective, I mean, it could be effective when signed into law by the governor, but more likely than not, it would be June 30 of 2025.
I take that as a no.
Okay. Thank you. Asset management contracts. So the Department of Public Works has asked for authority to enter into asset management contracts that exceed the current limit. They're asking for 20-year contracts. In the context of water towers, I believe is why this came up. We wanted to have some consistency with who's using the epoxies on the water towers, and they're responsible for these long-term requests, is that you support this request.
I'll make a motion that we support request 3, asset management contracts.
Second.
A motion and a second that we support request number 3. Any discussion on that motion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
So tax credits for barns. There is an existing authority for the county commissioners of Calvert to grant a tax credit for a barn that's still being used to house tobacco. There is authority for the county commissioners to give a tax credit for land that qualifies for an agricultural use assessment and is used in connection with an activity that the Department of Assessments and Taxation recognizes an agricultural activity. There is a third option. For St. Mary's and Charles County, there is state legislation that allows them to grant a tax credit against the tax assessed on a property or a barn that used to be used for tobacco but is no longer. This request is to model the language for Charles and St. Mary's County's legislation so that you also have the ability to grant a tax credit, real property tax credit, for a barn that used to be used for tobacco.
So do we tax barns now?
They are included as improvements
Why?
in the tax bill.
It's like taxing somebody's shed out back. I mean, it don't cost anybody anything. It doesn't dial 911. It doesn't use schools or roads. I mean, it's just a structure that, I mean, my God, it's on postcards around the world from Calvert County. Why would we tax a barn?
I have to abstain because I have a conflict.
It does add value to the property under the assessment rules. as an improvement to real estate.
So if you got a barn that's been sitting there for 40 years, right? It's taxed as, like a shelter?
It has a valuation that the local assessor assigns to it based on its type of construction, its materials, and
So
age.
does the person have to fill out forms every year to get the exemption?
It's a credit, so it's not a complete exemption.
Because that homestead
Yes.
credit don't work. I've exceeded that 10% so, I mean, so will they have to fill out forms to get the credit?
Yes, they would.
So I think what's happened in the past years, I mean, Calvert County is known for its tobacco barns. I think this incentive was done originally back when tobacco farming was prevalent in Calvert County. However, the tax credit remained in effect for what was supposed to have been 4 tobacco barns, and it was, I guess, giving the owners an opportunity to have some extra money to be able to maintain their tobacco barns, which I guess is part of Calvert County's historic agriculture. And this past year, there was a list that went out, and apparently there was a whole lot more than just tobacco barns on this list. So I think this is a way of reeling that back in and giving us the opportunity to continue to give those who still have tobacco barns on their property that at one point in time did actually, or sole purpose was for storing tobacco, to be able to get that credit. And that's what this request is about.
But would we be able to exempt all barns?
No.
Just
It's just
tobacco.
reserved tobacco barns.
So, and I guess back to my question, why are we taxing a
We
barn?
don't have a choice. This is the state assessment
So the state
office.
taxes barns no matter what?
The state assesses them, then the valuation is taxed, correct?
This just preserves the history of Calvert with the tobacco barns.
We do have another tool to help people that own barns, and that is you could apply for the historic district overlay through planning and zoning. Then you can get up to 25% of the cost of rehabilitation or upgrades to the barn to keep it standing.
So what is the best vehicle then, I guess, I mean, obviously, it's a tobacco barn, we can exempt that. Is there any relief you can do for any other type of barns on there, or no?
No, sir.
So I guess this is the best we have to work with then, I guess, is that
So
right?
I'll make a motion, we request number 4 to do the local tax credits for the barns.
Second.
Any comments?
I bet there's other parts of the country laughing at us for stuff like that, but no.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, passes.
Emergency services tax, it is to establish, excuse me, to establish a dedicated portion of the property that is real property and personal property tax to be allocated for the use of the organization that is the first responder to the area in which it's collected. So, the first part of this request is that the fire companies and rescue squads and support organizations, emergency support organizations, will get direct funding through the area they serve, property tax that's real property and personal property. The other portion of this is that there's a part of the tax that might go to help offset the cost of career that responds countywide. And it's
So we can't just, like right now, we've been paying this bill or that bill, we just can't allocate funds, so they don't have to wait, we have to go to Annapolis for this?
You currently collect all property taxes, aggregate them in the general fund, and then allocate them back out through your budget approval process. The purpose of this would be to give those first responders in the areas that they serve a direct connection with the folks that they service.
We can't do that anyway?
You would have to get the authority. This is only enabling legislation, and it establishes caps. It would not go into effect until October 1 of 2025, which means that it wouldn't be ready to be applied at least until March of 2026 for the personal property or July 1 of 2026 for the real property.
So if
it's
Annapolis
not gonna
turns us
go into
down-
effect automatically.
if Annapolis says no, what recourse would we have? I mean, just doing it the way we've always been doing it?
Continue to do it the way you have. It's not a uncommon model. There was an or a group that looked at different examples throughout the state. I think they followed St. Mary's more closely than some of the others, but they.
Yeah, they do a percentage per district over there, if I understand it right.
That's correct.
So,
I was talking with Commissioner Cox, and he said that this would be a wash, and I need this explained to me. I don't quite get it. Personal property, is that their apparatus that is in their fire stations? And then it says, held in reserve for upcoming projects or be returned to taxpayers. It's never going to taxpayers. You don't see that happen.
So personal property can be used in a couple different contexts, and I believe it is used in both contexts in this legislation. Personal property is the equipment a business uses to do some of its work. So the county imposes $2.23 per $100 of value tax on business personal property, the desks, the chairs, the pressure washer.
And we're doing that now.
We're doing that now. In the context of what the volunteers and the career folks may have to do their job, they also have personal property. They have tongue depressors, they have gurneys that go into the ambulance, they have fire hose, they have breathing apparatus, they have tires for the vehicles. The intention of this legislation is to give the county commissioners the authority to fully fund the volunteer organizations and others using direct reallocation of tax revenue that would be real property, personal property tax revenue going directly to designated areas that would have budgets that are reviewed by, I believe it's the Fire and Rescue Commission, and then submitted to the Board of County Commissioners for your approval. So there's still some level of oversight, but it does make a more direct connection between those who are living in their community, responding on their behalf, and the funding source that supports them.
So are you saying then that, say, pick Area A, that only the money that Area A generates is what goes to that house?
It was looked at, and they are actually fairly close. When you look at the value of real estate that's in the first response area, the dollars per call, if you will, is fairly equitable across the county.
Because you take like my area, Company 3 still runs more calls than anybody. They're 10 to 12 a day.
And they'll get more money than anybody else.
Okay, that's what I'm curious. I want to make sure.
Yeah, we looked at all that.
Yeah.
And the departments have been involved in all the discussions.
Yeah, when 911's dialed, that's got to be answered. So that's my, so.
And there's some questions
But we can't do that on our own.
No. I wasn't trying to be obtuse about who else might get funding from this. There are organizations like CALS and the Dive Team that respond countywide. There's organizations that you pay for today to help relieve some of the burden on volunteers while they are at work or not able to respond. So there was an obligation, or at least an opportunity, to put the CALS, the Dive Team, the career organizations, the Length of Service Award program that you currently fund, the volunteer recruitment retention programs, and the county property tax incentive programs for volunteers are all included in what could be funded by this.
So those are your support services that are mentioned in there?
Correct. And we did have, I did include something to give the board some flexibility in the future, other entities that might be approved by the Board of County Commissioners.
Okay.
What does Pat and the other departments, what are their opinions on this, or have they bought into this?
They were part of the team that sat down to look at this.
Okay,
And
so they've bought into it.
Director McDowell has any other different information.
Nothing to conflict with what the county attorney just said. They were part of, and still are part of these discussions, and they They seem very optimistic about this potential.
What's the negative to it, or is there a negative?
So there isn't really a negative for the fire departments. The negative for us is that it's going to dedicate that amount of funding to the fire service.
Each service.
In the past, we've gone through this budget every year and we fight about, well, this is going to take away at least some opportunity for us to take money from them. It's going to be a dedicated source that'll go just to them.
So we never had the fire tax or emergency services tax. We never had it in the past. This is not going to increase the amount any citizen's paying, or us for that matter.
So the rate, I think the rate that's been discussed in the meetings, 18 cents a hundred, something like that. So
Believe it was 20.
What we would do is adjust our rate. So on a tax bill, it would show on the tax bill is 18 cents a hundred is going to the fire rescue service. And then our rate, whatever that is, will be reduced by 18 cents.
That's correct.
So it's
It's
not
no-
gonna be an increase in taxes, it's just how the money's allocated.
But you will see a line item.
Yes, you'll see a
Yes,
line,
yes.
just like you do for.
So there's gonna have to be a lot of education because it's gonna appear as a tax increase.
No new tax increase.
But yes, we'll have to highlight that your
Yeah,
rate
that will
has
have to
been
be on the
reduced
bill.
by- yes,
That'll have to be on the
yes,
bill that your taxes were not increased,
Right.
but this money is earmarked
Yes,
for that.
that's exactly right.
Emergency tax.
That's
Correct.
And the advantage for us, it seems to me, would be that we would know every year more accurately without a lot of dickering back and forth what our responsibility will be. So that's a plus.
Right. It secures for them capital improvement projects. They're gonna build their own firehouses moving forward. We're not gonna give, and because you know what's been going on with
Sure.
that.
Now, is there somebody to help, because, it's volunteer and people change. Do we have some infrastructure in place to help, say, hey, to make sure that if they have any issues, that's a lot to handle. I
They're
mean,
gonna need an
it's-
accountant.
So they're
Yes.
They're
So are
working
we,
through that process, and St. Mary's County's been doing it for 30 years. So it's not like we're creating a new wheel. They've all been through it before, and we have advised all of them, you need to hire an accountant, because this is a new process for you. You
and
know,
all that's
it's-
factored in, everybody. Because, I don't want to overwhelm anybody, I'm an EMT, I'm not an accountant,
And Billy and Pat, we met with all the chiefs, they recommended everybody hire an accountant. Because you're gonna get a big lump of money this first year, that don't mean you go out and just buy.
Sure.
Because you gotta plan ahead. I'm gonna replace this next year, blah, 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 blah.
And they're educating them on this.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Audited financials are required in the budget submission
Right.
to the Board of County Commissioners.
They still working through the process of somebody to still oversee, to make sure that they're not. All of a
Overwhelmed,
sudden,
yeah.
everybody's going to Vegas.
Well, you just don't want them overwhelmed with,
Yeah.
all of a sudden, because, especially you get people coming and going at times, and, this one used to always do this, and, it's a
Right.
big ask.
Right.
It's running a business,
Right.
is what it is,
Yes.
and,
And some of them recognize that they don't have the expertise to do this. It's a new system, but they recognize that, and they've all said, we're gonna hire somebody to help us.
yeah, some of the best restaurants in the world go out of business, not because the guy can't cook,
Right.
just because he's a great cook, he's just
Yeah.
not a business person, he doesn't know about
Yeah.
filing this tax or this insurance, and so, I just wanna make sure we have a support system in place.
Okay,
Make a motion?
yep.
Sure.
I make a motion that we approve request 5, emergency services tax.
Second?
I have a motion and a second to support request number 5. Any discussion on that motion?
No.
Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Request number 6 is not as specific as I would like it to have been, but in the drafting of the legislation, I think more important is to try and get the intent up there
Correct.
in Annapolis and
Yes.
the discussion started. So there is a common law crime of keeping a disorderly house. It's a nuisance offense. We're asking for some authority to intervene in advance on properties that have in the past conducted noisy, boisterous parties late at night, generated traffic or buses that neighborhood was not really expecting to see. There's insufficient means to address this type of thing today. It's always done after the fact. We can look online, you can look at the Facebook and see that there's an event
it's the
coming
same,
up. You
yeah,
can
and I
buy
know
a
where-
ticket.
I know where you're going. The only fear I have, John, and I know we're gonna get into the law here, this is intended You know, unintended consequences, this is intended for bad behavior. But I got 400 people coming to my wedding, and I got 10 acres, and I got plenty of parking, this, that, and the other. Could you turn around and say to me, hey, you can't have this wedding because you guys are gonna be too loud? I don't wanna hurt somebody on their own private property saying, you know, I'm having my family reunion. I mean, I remember Pop-Pop, my God, we used to take over the back of the Catholic Church, and we had tents and people all over the place, and I mean, we took over Solomon's. Somebody could have turned around and said to Pop-Pop, you can't have that family reunion anymore. I mean, I just wanna make sure I'm not stepping on those toes.
So there's no guidelines?
Well, the mechanism we're asking for is to be able to file an injunction, a preliminary injunction, which gives the other party the opportunity to appear before the judge and say, this is my family wedding, and make their case.
Yeah, but then you're making people hire a lawyer and go to court. I mean, and it's very subjective. What
that's
I think
what
is a nuisance, somebody else might
Right.
not think is, or vice versa, so it seems like.
Well, there's criminal statute maintaining common nuisance. Maybe we could look at the verbiage in that and put it to this, how it best fits us, but
Is
I
this
think
trying
it's
to go-
definitely, I'm sorry.
Is this trying to go after the house parties? Is
Yes.
that what
Yes.
this is?
Yeah, that's what I
Yes.
knew.
So we have to have a tool in place to be able to make sure that these types of things aren't recurring.
Yeah, but like Commissioner Hart says, I don't wanna cancel somebody's wedding in
No,
their
no, no, no.
backyard because some neighbor doesn't like 10 cars.
Well, you're not gonna sell tickets to that venue, and you're not
So
gonna.
is that the guide?
Is that in there?
Well, it is the advertising. It is,
It's advertising.
Making
But that's
the
illegal
public
anyway,
purchase.
right?
no,
You can't operate, that's like a business. You can't operate a business in a residential area.
no doubt, but you can't cite them until after the fact. The comptroller is regulating the use of the liquor and regulating the stamps and whether or not the drinks are pre-made, but only after the fact. This is trying to find a tool that we can use in the beginning before.
So how do you put the verbiage in though that specifies that and doesn't hurt like somebody's family
So what if you
reunion?
limit it to charging a fee? You're not gonna charge a fee for somebody coming to the.
Not your family reunion or your
Or
wedding
wedding.
or anything.
That's one of the reasons we didn't draft the language, is because they get very creative with what is a fee and what are you trading, is trading and bartering a fee. If you have to go here and buy a cassette tape that costs you $200, and then that cassette tape is your admission ticket, is that a fee? Or is
Yes.
that trading?
So would this also go back to addressing a landlord who allows people to live in less than capable living conditions? Would that be a nuisance to the neighborhood as well?
That would be a livability code violation, and that already exists today, as well as possible
Trying to see if we can put
building
it all together, that's why I was asking.
and health.
So let me ask you this, so somebody does a paid event, and like you say, there's nothing till after the event, after the fact. Can we impose fees and fines against that, instead of having like just blanket thing here, say, okay, you violated the law with this, and now there's a fee, and it's associated to your property, so that the landlord couldn't just say, well, my tenant did that. No, the person who owns the property is on the hook.
Those tools exist today. They're not adequate to stop it from happening a second, a third, a fourth time. And frankly, the neighborhoods are not satisfied with the tools that we have available to us today.
But it's only a handful of places.
So if we agree that we need a tool like this in place, John, can we vote to move this forward and have future discussions and write it definitively how we want it written?
We will, so all of these are going to get submitted to bill drafting, and we will certainly bring the text, the draft text back once it comes out of bill drafting.
Y'all in agreement with that?
I just want to ask one question. I would tend to think our legislators tonight that we're meeting with could maybe give us some input as well with maybe what they have seen. I think we should approach them as well. But yes, definitely, I am in agreement with that. I think it needs to be defined.
Yeah,
better.
no, most definitely.
Yeah, and give it the teeth it needs for our citizens to have recourse.
All right, so I'll make a motion that we move forward with request 6, nuisance properties.
All right, second?
A motion is second that we support request number 6. Any discussion on that motion? Hearing
Well,
none.
So with that though, so is there still leadway to tweak this document, though?
Yes.
With that
Yes,
motion?
yes.
There
This is submitting the request for
Yeah,
the draft.
it's a request basically for us to be able to finalize down the road,
So
but
you can
we
give guidance
definitely
to the
realize
board
we need
after.
that type of.
Okay, okay, okay.
Yes.
He got the message or he'll get the boot.
Did we vote?
No, we haven't.
No.
Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. Motion carries.
Authority to have a payment in lieu of tax agreement for cloud computing center. Because payments in lieu of taxes under SDAT Class State Department of Assessments and Taxation Class 806 are exempt for municipal and county taxes for calculating wealth, but are not exempt from state and are taxable by the state. So as we heard today, some of these data centers can be quite valuable for their personal property assessments on the computers, the fans, the hard drives. That 40% of that personal property will be allocated to your wealth formula for calculating your wealth for education, unless you have pilot authority and put that property in a pilot. So this is seeking authorization to be able to adopt a pilot agreement.
Everybody good with that one?
Yep.
Okay, make a motion that we support, request 7, Cloud Computing Pilot Authority.
Second.
I have a motion and a second that we support request number 7. Any discussion on that motion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you. Request number 8 was looking at ways to fund education and specifically Blueprint. One of the thoughts might be a sales and use tax on telecommunication services, so cellular service primarily, not wired service, in the county at a rate not less than 5% or an excise tax not exceeding $3.50 monthly per telephone line.
What's that mean in English?
You get more revenue than you have today, and it will be dedicated towards trying to fill the
Who's
gap.
paying for it?
Cell phone.
The cell phone users.
So everybody walking the earth has a cell phone. So when they get their cell phone bill,
57.
they're paying an extra tax.
Correct.
Is Prince George's County already doing it?
Yes.
Somebody else?
Yes. Prince.
Prince George's District.
So we're gonna tax them for having a cell phone.
Yes, sir. And then you're going to teach them with that money.
Right. But they can't have it in school.
Sure. Questions, discussion, motion?
I'm not for it. We've already increased property and income taxes. I have no taste.
I agree.
I take that as a no.
Request number 9 comes from Ms. Hooker, who's in the audience here today, if you have any questions for her. She's submitted a request that the county commissioners' election be by district for 3 of the commissioners, the terms be staggered as they are for the Board of Education, and that no person will serve more than 2 terms regardless of whether it's a district position or an at-large position. There would be no more than 2 terms served.
You know, we tried that on my first board, and I was greeted with an astounding, don't you ever think about that again, and I'm not gonna say where that came from, but I'm gonna tell you the piece of it that I like, no disrespect to anybody, you could have 5 brand-new people up here. There's a huge learning curve, it's a huge learning curve, and it is, the districts are as different as their numbers. I do have a thing where, I think you should pick your person. I understand you have an obligation countywide, I do. But, if I know nothing about District 3, I probably don't research that person the way I would if living in District 1 or 2 or what have you. And no disrespect to anybody, but, you know, that's kinda, how many times do people say, well, I don't even know who to vote for. I don't know these people. You hear that all the time. So, I liked it the first time that it came about because it prohibited 5 brand new people. I talked to one time, I was at Mako talking to a person and I said, hey, how's it going? He says, I'm the only one left from my board. I got 4 new people. and they're all trying to reinvent the wheel because there is a huge learning curve, and he was pulling his hair out. I mean, I don't know how popular it is, but I like it. I do. I mean, I understand nothing's perfect, but I like the staggering piece. I really do, because it always keeps somebody experienced there. But, I mean, it might just be me, I don't know.
Well, if I'm reading this correctly, it certainly would make it easier when I run again to only run in my district, for sure. But I knew then, as I know now, my vote impacts the entire county. It's not segregated. And another thing, I feel like I am still learning so much. And I feel that, I think you need 2 terms just to know the job. And I appreciate the fact that I have 2 seasoned commissioners on here, because I learned so much from them. And especially the one that goes back 10 years and the one that goes back 6 years and has a farming background. And they just bring so much to the table that helps me to do my job.
I give you a great example. You can't teach going through the Dominion process. That had never happened anywhere in the state of Maryland, and have the front row seat. That now, when the discussion we had, with about data centers and all, you can correlate that back. Me and Commissioner Hance went through COVID. Nobody, I mean, so they were like, so how are you going to keep your museum going, or any of these other places? Because people were not allowed to walk in. I tell people all the time, I took some criticism because they didn't think I was serious enough about it. When 911's called, you don't want to hear, well, I'm sorry, there's COVID, I'm not sending an ambulance driver or a police officer. I mean, Dave McDowell was front row seat for all that. I mean, there was a whole new reteaching officers, how to go about stuff. And that's experience driven. Sometimes say you can sit somewhere too long, but that is experience driven to where I tell everybody it's always raining, the sky's always falling. It's just a different piece. So I don't get, panicky with any of that kind of stuff, because the next board will experience something. It's just how it is. The next board will, but if you don't have any experience with that, it's a big ask.
So I would oppose this for the same reason I opposed the legislation last year. You put a referendum out there and the citizens of Calvert County decide how they want their commissioners, I'm all in. But I don't want 247 legislators in Annapolis deciding how we elect our commissioners.
I'm good with that too. I'm good with the referendum on that too.
We have 5 votes in Annapolis. And I don't care about any of these things, but I want the people of Calvert County to decide.
And I'm perfectly fine with that. Can we do that?
I'd have to look into that. I believe so, but I'd have to look further into it.
Because that's the truest litmus test of how do they want it. I mean, I
don't
I
care.
always said, all kidding aside, if I'm not wanted, I don't want to be there. I mean, you know how I'm wired. I mean, I don't do it for any of that kind of stuff. I mean, if I'm not wanted, I don't want to be there. And
Figure out if we can do a referendum.
Okay. And that
Yeah.
would be approved subject to confirmation by referendum.
We'd still have to do legislation to get the permission
Correct.
to do the referendum, right?
Oh,
Correct.
yeah.
We could do that.
I'm perfectly good with that. I like that. I mean,
But they need to know we make decisions for all of them.
So we could alter this and put in a request for legislation to do a referendum.
would you still put term limits on the referendum?
Oh, I don't care. Don't do me any favors.
Yeah, really.
I mean, because
I
I'm
don't
fine. I'm fine with that too.
I don't care what anything's in there. It's just who
Yeah.
decides it is.
Yeah, I want the public. Yeah, I'm with you. I'd like the public to make the call.
Yeah.
Let's take it back to the drawing board.
All right, so it's a no the way it is right now, and we'll talk about it.
Yep,
Yeah.
yep.
All right,
Figure
request
out a
10.
path.
Okay. Finally, direct payment of admissions and amusement tax. So there is admissions and amusement tax in Calvert County. Primary sources for that are the gaming businesses up in the beaches. So of the money that's collected, 1.5% is first allocated, you cut $50,000 out of, get to the Boys and Girls Club of North Beach, and then the remainder goes to North Beach. 2.5% goes to the town of Chesapeake Beach, and then 4% goes to the Department of Natural Resources for the county to use first for the development of the Ward Farm Park through the Calvert County Youth Recreational Opportunities Fund. This request is that instead of that 4% going to the Department of Natural Resources for Parks and Recreation, or you to request use of that money, that it come directly to the county.
Just a process.
So I'd like to make a motion that we table this until after the North Beach and Chesapeake Beach elections.
Well, I get Chesapeake Beach, North Beach, I don't think is this year.
I think it is. I think
No, I
they're the
don't
same.
think it is.
It's the
Is
same
it?
as ours.
It's the same
It's
as
the
ours.
same as ours.
Same,
Yeah,
they still got
North
two,
Beach
yeah.
is the same as ours, yeah.
Well, the Chesapeake Beach election is
Yeah.
right around the corner.
And let me just add another thing. I don't argue with that at all, but from what I understand, and correct me if I'm wrong, the formula that we use in Calvert County is a different formula than the rest of the counties use. And other counties get 2.5 to 3 million back from the state per that formula. And I would like us to look into it and decide if we want to be part of the formula that is applied to other counties. Because it seems like, oh boy, it seems like, does our formula get us more back, or did the other counties get more back? And that's what I'd like to see. And I understand Mike Miller implemented this formula for us, but maybe it's time to take a look at it so we can get back what we deserve and what other counties are getting.
So is there special legislation just for us? So all the other counties follow one formula and
All the other counties are capped out at the maximum of 35%. If you add up everything that comes to the county of Calvert, including its municipalities, you end up with about 32% of the tax, of the, being the tax rate, so maybe 33. So there is a delta there. That would directly impact the bottom line of the three businesses in the towns who I've met with, and
is that what
I should be done with my therapist soon, I think.
But
Because,
Does this hurt the funding toward park though?
so that's one of the concerns of the Department of Parks and Recreation, is they like having a dedicated fund for that park, because that park is one of our newest, not our newest anymore, but one of our newest.
Because, we've said many, many times, we have a lot of parks that need a lot of work. And we're real big in getting it. We're having a hard time completing it. It's like that old joke, you have a car reservation, there's no car there. You like to take the reservation, but you can't keep the reservation. Well, Ward Farm's probably got a long way to go to see completion, and I'm not as versed on it as I should be, but I know that's what the intent originally was, to make sure there was a funding source.
yeah, and I don't want to do anything to hurt the parks, because we have great parks, and we're going to be talking about Halloween Point Park, and I've looked at that, and there are three top things for me as a commissioner that I want to see happen there. So I would be in favor of taking a look at this and being better educated on this than I am now.
So table it.
Table it.
Okay. Commissioners, that is all I have, so I return the rest of my time to you.
So tonight, we're at the Heb at 7 o'clock to
Yes, sir.
present these to the delegation. Is there an opportunity for people to make public comment tonight?
As the board wishes, so if
What'd you say, John?
it would be at the board's
gonna allow public
discretion. I
comment
do
tonight?
know that Senator Bailey and Senator Jackson have insisted in the past that the public be allowed to make comment, but we've not included that on the agenda.
So we're gonna allow public comment
Okay,
at the end of the session. Follow the same rules we normally follow. Okay,
thank you.
thank you.
Thank you.
It's only 2 o'clock.
Only.
The next item on the agenda is a work session, Department of Parks and Recreation, Howland Point Park Master Plan update.
So we,
Are you sure?
Yes, well, maybe, maybe.
Psych?
Yeah, wake up.
Are you all starving? You ready to fall asleep? I know I'm ready to chew my arm off.
it's
been a long
They're gonna ask for money. They're gonna ask for money while we're hungry.
Oh, no, we're cranky, we'll say no to everything.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Amanda Stillwagon, Division Chief, Parks and Recreation, Park and Safety and Parks and Recreation, I'm sorry. And we're here today to present to you an updated master plan for Halloween Point Park. We have our consultant here, Stephanie Tincher. She is an architect with Murphy Dittenhofer. So we've been working with her for quite some time to develop this master plan project. And as you can see, I'm sure you all have reviewed the presentation that we presented. We're just doing a condensed version today. So, if you have any questions, we can answer those for you. But the actual master plan document itself is pretty long. So
When was the last time it was updated?
we do not have an electronic version of it.
When was the last
Wow.
time it was updated?
The
The plan, the master plan.
Yeah.
Stephanie Sperling, park planner. It was the late
98.
1990s, yeah.
It's about time.
Yeah.
Yes.
Overdue.
Do you all mind if I stand? I have a,
Help yourself.
I'm, number one, I'm the oldest. Number two, I have a hip.
So,
I have
yeah.
a titanium hip, so I got to stand.
Yeah.
So one
It's
more
been a long
thing,
day.
we started this process with a survey that went out in the fall of 2023, and, Stephanie will speak more to that, but that is kind of what was the beginning process of the master plan. So Stephanie's going to go through her presentation, and then Stephanie Sperling, park planner, and myself are here to assist with any questions.
All right. All right, so most of you all are familiar, I'm sure, with the project location, but for those that aren't, it's located about halfway between Route 2 and the Patuxent River on Howland Point Road, on the north side of the road. And right now, the park hosts a healthy mix of different athletic fields, from football and soccer to softball and baseball, tennis and basketball. If you look at the top portion of the property, there are some brand-new pickleball courts that were recently completed this past spring, so I think a lot of folks are excited about that. One thing to note about this diagram is Howland Point Park proper encompasses two different sorts of properties. The portion that's highlighted in green is owned by the Board of County Commissioners. The portion that's highlighted in gray, that's rendered in grayscale, is leased by the Board of County Commissioners. The entire park is Halloween Point Park. However, this master plan will be limited to addressing the amenities that are located on the property that's owned by the Board of County Commissioners. So just to make that delineation clear. So as we mentioned just a minute ago, the most recent plan was completed in 1998. And the purpose for this plan, as we go forward into the presentation and take questions, is twofold. One, obviously, it's a long overdue process to get an updated master plan, just to show what we have. What are the amenities? What's being maintained by the Parks and Rec folks? What exists there now? But then more importantly, I think, is to really take the ideas that were coming to us from the community to say, how do we best update this park for the next 15 to 20 years? How does it best serve the citizens of Calvert County for the next 15 to 20 years? So as Amanda mentioned, in fall of 2023, we sent out a survey to all of the Calvert County residents that were interested in answering. We got 2,500 responses, which in our minds is a pretty robust response, which indicates that people are interested in this park. They want to see this park being well utilized and maintained, and they want to have a voice into how the park is updated over the next chunk of time. And so we really, I would say the biggest amount of attention from our team was paid to those responses, and to really analyzing what do people want, what do they want to see, how do they use the park. And how do they want to use the park in the future? So that was really the backbone of how we developed the master plan.
Just a quick highlight of, what we saw from those 2,500 responses. Most people that use the park, these are regular visitors, these are families that come every week or every month. They primarily come for the playgrounds and for the youth sports. So, for example, soccer, football, baseball and softball. There were some other uses as well, but those were really the two prime targets for people, which says to us that this is really a park that caters to families and caters to families that are coming for sports, families that are coming to have a picnic at the playground, what have you. So there were some improvements that people want to see for the park as it exists now. The biggest thing that people said was synthetic turf fields. They really want to see.
I've never heard that before. That's so shocking.
It might be a surprise to hear at this point.
How many days are in a week? 7? I think I hear it 9 days a week. Yeah,
I think
I've
Amanda hears it
never
more
heard
than
that
you do,
before.
probably.
Gee, yeah.
So that's, no surprise, right? It's, people want to see the synthetic turf fields. The other thing that really came through in this survey result was that the idea of having a network of paved trails that connects all the amenities, right? So right now, you get there, you park your car, you have to sort of traverse across a field to get to your kid's game, what have you. It's not only is it inconvenient, but it's not safe.
And if you don't know to park on that one spot over at Highway Point, oh man, you're walking a country mile.
Exactly. I hope you brought a bottle of water with you.
That's right.
So really, getting this network of paved trails, not just for safety for, getting people from the parking lot to their kids' game, but older folks that are coming to watch their grandkids' games, or, even younger folks that are disabled and are in a wheelchair, and they need to get through the park. So really creating that network of paved trails to allow folks to traverse the park safely and efficiently, and to get from point A to point B without having to, like you said, walk a country mile with your bottle of water on a 90-degree day.
That's, I think, North Point. I think North Point's like that. Got that Coliseum for like the football field.
Okay.
The baseball field. Oh my God! You better fill a cart with gas to get that far. And that's like that.
Yeah. So, and then the other thing too, just sort of as a side shoot to that, is the paved trails, I think, were really the most important thing. People really want to see that for the reasons we just talked about, but also just from a more recreational standpoint, like a nice little network of natural trails to take a nice walk in the woods while you're waiting for your kid to finish his football game or whatever. You'll see as we get a little bit further in, there are a host of amenities that we're going to be proposing with this, but really those are the main ones that we took from this survey that people want to see. So just a couple little highlights that we thought were notable. It was encouraging to hear that most people who use the park, they feel safe there, so that's a good thing. We did ask people about the new traffic patterns that were installed in 2023, and this has to do with no left turn off 231 into the park, right? And then going out to Gibsale Drive to exit the park.
It's a right only
Skipjack.
out of the park, and then, as you guys know, it incorporated Gibsale and Skipjack.
So people appreciated that, so that was encouraging to hear. So now we get into our recommendations. And again, there's a full report that, that goes with this, that really goes into, some into the weeds details about how we would accomplish this. But in broad brushstrokes, the main base scope of the work is to maintain the existing park as is. And now that we have this master plan complete, we know what the inventory is, we know what needs to be done to maintain the existing facilities. So no matter what happens, we're recommending you maintain those existing facilities. And then in a proposed scope of work, and again, in the larger master plan, we've got sort of a laundry list of items that, the board or the, Parks and Rec Department could look at and investigate further and recommend at different points in time as it becomes, relevant for the community. But the main thing, just as we talked about before, to reiterate that improved accessibility throughout the park, that network of paved trails. And then some options for future amenities, which in the next slide we're going to take a look at. So in no particular order, these are some of the items that we included in our report that we took from the survey and incorporated them into, sort of a proposed site plan of where those things might go. And this includes everything from, the things we talked about, the synthetic fields, but also food trucks were high on the list for people. Ways for people to get, different food delivery type things for different events,
You
everything.
got a soda
from-
machine.
What's that?
You got a soda machine.
Well, you know, we want to bring you up into the next century here. So soda machines are good.
Isn't it 50 years old? At least, seriously, the park's over 50 years old, right?
The park is,
Working
yes,
good?
I think the park is 50 years old.
Because I played Little League ball there. I'll be 56
Oh, yeah.
next month. So I know it's got to be right at that 50 mark, if not more.
Yeah, yeah. So we, just going down the list there, we talked about the paved walking paths, the natural walking paths. Another thing that people would like to see are dugouts for the baseball and softball fields, for the kids to have some shade and to put their stuff down and to gather as a team. Another thing, this sort of goes in conjunction with the synthetic turf, but converting all the infields for the softball and baseball fields to a Dura Edge mix, which is much, has a lot more longevity and less maintenance to it. We are introducing some new pavilions into the park, which, again, this is, people said they wanted this. And this is, a great thing. People come, they can rent the pavilions for family birthday parties, for, family gatherings, whatnot. So we've, introduced a couple new locations for those throughout the park, as well as a new tot lot. If you remember from the beginning, people really liked the playground at the park, so we thought, let's go ahead and add another playground. One of the sort of probably less popular ones, but there was a vocal group that really wanted to see a skate park. So we included the skate park. So we're proposing this would be a great place to put it. And two, one of the reasons we went ahead and included the skate park is that this was our opportunity to put a dollar value to each of these things. So, now we've got a dollar value to it. So if folks come and say, well, why can't we have a skate park? Why can't we have an in-ground skate park? Well, you might look at the dollar value and say, well, here's why. You can't have your in-ground skate park.
That's why you can't have synthetic fields. We could probably do everything on that list for the cost of one synthetic field.
Right, and then, and another thing too, just a small one, but basketball is quite popular, so,
I mean, they all say they want synthetic fields. They know what they cost.
Well, so
Do
that.
they care?
I don't know if people probably don't know offhand how much a synthetic.
$2.5 million
Costs.
for one.
Yeah.
Do you
That's why we don't have any yet.
You remember though how that price jumped up?
Yeah, I know, COVID.
Yeah.
COVID inflation.
So when we were trying to kick it around, trying to make it happen, all 4 high schools was little under $5 million. All 4 high schools. And
As a replacement in kind
No,
or
brand
as
new.
installing new?
brand new.
What, I'm saying
Pre-COVID.
like just taking an existing Bermuda field and then converting it?
Yes, yeah. That's,
Pre-COVID.
yeah, that was
'Cause,
pre-COVID.
So
Pre-COVID.
post-COVID, I did walk a lot of fields at St. Mary's, and they have converted probably 7 to 8 of them.
Did they give you a cost? How much?
Not that much.
Was it 5 million?
I think no, it was right over $1 million apiece
Yep.
that they paid.
Can I ask you, our playgrounds at Halloween Point Park, are they in good shape?
Yes, they are actually. I mean, obviously, just like anything that's out in the weather, regular maintenance is needed, but sure. But yeah,
One's
I
pretty
mean, I
new,
would
isn't
say
it?
at this
Yeah,
point,
they're
they're in
fairly
pretty
new.
good shape.
One's pretty new.
Yes.
By the
The
barn?
one up by the north side of the park is newish.
So at Halloween Point, we only have one playground. We
Right there
have
by the barn.
Yes.
The old one's gone.
Yeah,
know,
that, I mean, the playground is in good shape. We inspect it weekly. This is the time of year where we'll try to get in and really clean it. But the problem that you run into with playgrounds is a lot of times if a certain playground piece of equipment, if you were using, let's say, Game Time, and now we've transitioned to a different company, the new company will not sell you replacement parts for that. And so that's sometimes what you run into, what we've ran into down at Cove Point Park, is something gets so far past its life expectancy that you can't really get replacement parts anymore. So it's really taking out and putting in a whole new section. So Halloween is still structure-wise in a great place. The only thing that we would maybe need to look at is that kind of fake turf surfacing that we have. It is tough to maintain, but as far as the structures, the climbing structures, the swing sets, they're all in fairly good shape, yes.
I hate to hit the rewind button, but I can't think on my feet all the time. So recently they told you they redid those fields because St. Mary's converted them all. I mean, I've been to every one. It's the same one. It's the field. It's that track around it. It's the same. You telling me they did those for around $1 million per?
Yeah.
There was
That
Because
was
they have a
recent.
company on contract.
And I don't know about the rest of you. Can somebody reach out, and it's my 20%, to the school board for the next CIP conversation?
Love
If
to.
you're telling me that the whole thing is for $5 million over 15 years, you wouldn't even see it on the thing, and the money that they're spending on filling in dirt and all this other stuff, the man
Well,
hours,
it's the
these
sprigging,
fields are
right?
just
'Cause
destroyed.
With Bermudas, it's a sprig.
Yeah.
It's not a reseed, it's a sprig. And
Yeah.
then you get into the top dressing sand, which is not cheap, and there's
Oh, yeah.
closure involved, which is what hurt Northern last year, is the time of
See,
year
you know
that
what
they
I'm talking
took-
about when I say
Yeah.
you know exactly what I'm talking about. Yes, yeah, and that's why PAX only had 3 home games this year. This is I don't know if I need a consensus.
Well, they wait too long to sprig them, and then they wait until after the season, and then it's.
You know how
too late.
mad I'll be if that's only $5 million. Real mad. Like I mean.
Like you'd write a check, man?
I wish I could. If I hit Lotto tomorrow, I would write that check without thinking about it.
There is,
Yeah.
a-
But you know how much I've sat here and listened to air conditioning conversations and then tell me they don't need air condition and all this stuff for millions and millions of dollars, and you tell me you could do all 4 high schools? Can somebody please verify that?
there is a lot of controversy with synthetic turf, and we know that, but the biggest gain that we get from that is that you don't have the closure.
Right.
You can
and you
play on it.
reschedule and
Correct.
all the
I
regulations.
would, I would never want to see all of our fields. Bermuda is what you want to play on.
Sure.
Synthetic is what you want to practice on. And with us taking 35,000 field renovations a year, with the amount of fields we have, it's just impossible. And if you drive through the parks now, I mean, you're starting to see the wear. As the Bermudas go dormant, you see all of the worn spots. You see them in the goal mouths. You see them in the corner kick locations, on the football fields. It's just impossible to avoid. It's a natural
Right.
product.
Right.
So I can't grow grass overnight. So we try to rotate. You know, that's the biggest gain that we have is field rotation, so that you don't have wear in the
Right.
same spot.
How did the fields look at Halloween Point Park? Because I had children and grandchildren who played there, and they always seemed like there were so many fields, it was hard to keep up with them.
So we're at 18 fields. So recently, right now, if you look at that, so the section that's grayed out, that is the land that we lease. The fields that are on that property, I'm very leery of how much money to invest in those, right? Because we don't own it. Also have no irrigation back
I was
there.
going to say, you still have a drainage problem over there?
So I closed fields 14 and 15 because in the spring we had received a decent amount of feedback from the lacrosse
Yeah, I
organization.
heard about that.
And
I
we
know.
went and walked it and it wasn't safe. So we moved some things around. As you guys know, with me having no water there, then I was bound to time of year. So we just put about 20 loads of leaf grow, some organic material, and I have basically tried to fill in all low spots, and then we aerated and seeded, but I had to hit the right time of year because I didn't want to put that all out and then lose it, and we were in such a drought this summer, it was tough. But we're in a drought again, so now we're trying to get hoses over there. But at least I'm in the right spot so that hopefully for the spring season, if a lot of that germinates, it'll make for a much safer playing surface for kids.
Do we have a agreement on that land there for first option?
Yeah.
To buy,
Yes, I believe
to
so.
purchase?
Yes, we do.
Okay,
How
thanks.
many years is the lease currently?
We
just
have
looked
at least 5 more years,
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah, we looked at it not that long ago, and I believe it was fine.
Yeah.
Maybe 7. Is that it?
Do you have any other
Any other
questions for us?
So, indoor facilities, that is in the master plan, correct?
Say that one more time?
Indoor facilities?
No,
No.
not here.
Do you mean restrooms, though? I mean, there's.
No,
Oh, okay.
indoor
Like a
facilities,
gathering.
playing facilities.
No, there was conversation about, covering, so the way that the pickleball courts were constructed is that they did have the ability to come back and be covered, but I'd kind of gone down a rabbit hole and reached out to other counties, because some were putting up what they were calling bubbles. But that's big bucks, and then you have to be able to like control them so that if you get a snow or you get weather, so that you can expand them so that I would rather see us just put a metal structure over it, right?
Did the pickleballers go south in one?
A lot of them do. Well, thank you.
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Please, I would like to know that information.
Got to get a data center.
Put it in your CIP.
They're going to come to us for the money.
Yeah.
All right, so that brings us to public comment. Mr. County Attorney.
Thank you, sir. Board adopted a resolution 1989 intending to maintain the order and decorum of the governmental process. Copy is found here to my right. Persons are welcome to address the Board of County Commissioners on any matter germane to the business of county government. Those addressing the board shall not be uncivil, rude, vulgar, profane, or otherwise disruptive to the conduct of the board's business. All speakers must identify themselves, and whether speaking as an individual, where you be allocated 2 minutes, or as the appointed spokesperson of a group, where you be allocated 5. For those attending virtually, if you wish to speak, please press *9 or use the raise your hand function. The Ethics Commission is asked that we remind speakers of public comment. Lobbyists include those who seek to influence public policy. Lobbyists must register in advance. Is there anyone in the room who wishes to speak? Okay, caller last 4 digits 2590. Please press *6 to unmute yourself. Identify yourself and whether speaking as an individual or the designated representative of a group.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. This is J.C. Hooker, and I'm speaking on behalf of myself. The reason that I had asked for this to be a consideration, Commissioner Hart and Commissioner Grassa had said the concerns that I actually had. In addition to that, we have 3 different districts, and we all have different needs. And I feel that if our district representative were able to hone in on their districts to talk with us and to help us through the things that we have concerns with, whether they can be fixed or not. I think that it's very important that we have that type of representative as voters. And then on the other hand, a lot of us were not born here, so we're not familiar with coming into an area and being able to vote for everybody except for voting within the district. I did do some research, and several of the other small counties have already gone to district where only the people that live in that district vote for their people. Also, it would be in line with what the state and federal do. We're very aggressive here in Maryland with our voting rights, and I think that, if we put this in line with you vote for the person that represents you, we will go to another level of ensuring voters understand their obligations and their duties to actually voting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next one on my screen is last 4 digits 9092. Please press *6 to unmute yourself, identify yourself, and whether speaking as an individual or the designated representative of a group.
Yes, hi. I just wanted to comment in support of the concrete skate park at Howling Point. I have 2 teenagers that enjoy skateboarding, and there's some really wonderful concrete bowls. There's a great one in Charles County and one in St. Mary's as well. And it's my understanding St. Mary's is getting ready to build a second one. I know it's not as popular as the fields, but I just wanted to say that there are a lot of teenagers that maybe aren't always involved in sports, so the skate bowl is another space to provide for the young people, and especially a space that doesn't require money. It's free to come there, and you don't have a entrance fee or anything like that. So there's definitely, even though it might not be as popular, there's definitely a strong skateboarding group in the county, and I think it's a very nice thing for the young people. So if we can make it happen, that would be great. Thank you.
Please identify yourself?
Oh, I'm sorry. My name is Michelle Gutierrez, just speaking as an individual.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
On my screen, the next caller is last 4 digits 5816. Please identify yourself, whether speaking as an individual or the designated representative of a group.
Hey, good afternoon. Thank you all very much for your work. You guys really do a serious job. I've been watching y'all as long as I could. I did have to do some housework. But sincerely, my name is Joseph Jones. mind, I'm looking at the TV too, and I got messed up. Sorry, I was looking for a response on the TV. I'm really messed up here. Yes, indeed. I appreciate y'all's work. I'm Joseph Webb. I had just a small comment. The thing they want to build there, the storage facility. I'm all for progress. I want progress for our community. It's hard to make money, and you need money. And I just don't want to sell ourselves short. We are the gold and the jewel. You know, we could ask for a desalinization plant, maybe, all kinds of different things. But I will say this. I like the guy. He's a great guy and all that. But I have a lot of problems with, I'd like to have another conversation with him. I've got some serious questions, like supposedly there's 400 deaths a year in these places, 7,000 injuries, and a lot of arc fires, if y'all know what that is. And I only say these things I want our community to look into this, learn about it. That way we make the right decision, because maybe it's good, maybe it's bad. Maybe we want to wait a little while, maybe we want to rush. So what I don't want us to do is rush to judgment like we do in these elections. People become politically savvy the last couple of months before an election when they got 5 years to learn about these people. But that said, thank y'all for your work. You guys are respectable, all of you. I never watched Calvert County's work before. I started out there from PG. I live in St. Mary's now, but my family all lives on Brick House Road, and I appreciate what you all are doing, all of you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And the last caller with their hand raised, last four digits, 8730. Please press *6 to unmute yourself. Identify yourself and whether speaking as an individual or the designated representative of a group. #8730, if you could please press *6 to unmute yourself. If Technology Services is able to unmute the caller. #8730, there you are.
This is Catherine Krejci in Owings. I just wanted to comment on some of the BOE stuff that came up today. When the new cell phone and hoodie policies were first proposed at a BOE meeting, I sensed that there was an expectation by that commissioner that there would be pushback, but there was not. Improving our schools is not a partisan issue. Anecdotally, after the second day of school, my 12-year-old grandson simply started leaving his cell phone at home. 2 weeks later, he casually mentioned to me that school was a lot more enjoyable without phones, and students were participating more in class and were more social and friendly. He was also very happy to learn about the hoodie rule when we explained the safety reasons. Our kids are very happy to comply with rules and regs that will improve their school day and their sense of safety and security. Earlier in this meeting, Mr. Cormier asked questions about the technology budget request, referencing the intense scrutiny that the BOE was subjected to. The BOE staff is currently undergoing 2 audits simultaneously while trying to get their day-to-day work done. Mr. Pereira offered to give more details, but this board chose to move to approve the expenditure without an additional explanation. This gives the impression, whether you intend it or not, the commissioners are holding our public schools to a higher level of financial transparency than they hold our county administration to. If any financial question is legitimate for the BOE, the same is true for our county. As Commissioner Hart stated, you are representing all of the citizens in this county. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. President, it's the last caller.
Thank you. That brings us to Commissioner reports. Commissioner Cox.
Thank you, Mr. President. I had a great meeting with the current Lions Club in Prince Frederick last night. Had a great meeting. They do wonderful things for our community. Please join us tonight for our meeting with our delegation, 7 o'clock. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Harlan.
Last weekend, I attended Patuxent River Appreciation Days. The Sheriff's Office was there in full force, volunteers. for the Marine Museum where they were doing their thing. There was a lot of vendors, food, drinks. Those that attended looked like they had a great time. And for a change, they had beautiful weather. And it seems like every year they have the pride, it wants to rain on us. Also attended Traffic Safety Council meeting. They're continuing to focus on Route 4 and Route 231, as those seems to be the most problematic roadways for crashes that we've had in the county. Representatives from the state were there. I've attended Traffic Safety Council meetings for a long time, and that was by far the best attended meeting I've been to, Traffic Safety Council meeting. Like I said, it was great to see all the interest there, and please don't forget to vote. Early voting's going to start. Get out there and vote, please.
Thank you. Commissioner Hart?
I'm watching a lot of Calvert County football. We're getting ready to, at the end of the year, hopefully, we bring some trophies back to the county this year. There's some good teams, in the county, so it's looking really good. And as, Commissioner Ireland said, don't forget to vote. It is very important. And that's all we got.
Very good. Commissioner Grasso?
I attended a ribbon cutting last week of Fletch Mobile Vet. And Laura Fletcher is the veterinarian. She's the owner. She had an awful lot of clients there who are very pleased with what she does. I think it's a great service. I know in our family, our girls get an awful lot delivered and done to ease their day because they're busy moms, and highly recommend Laura Fletcher. Also, get out and vote. We have 3 voting locations in the county. Early voting starts on Thursday at 7 a.m. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm not going to beat a dead horse to death, but early voting does start this Thursday. It's from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. in 3 different locations in the county. And there's a Halloween drive-through this Friday, October the 25th, at Howling Point Park from 6 to 8 p.m. And tonight we'll be at the Heb at 7 p.m. with our county delegation to present proposed legislation. That's all I have, and it's almost quitting time. Is there a motion?
Oh, yes. Just a minute. I am sorry.
That's okay.
I am
It's been a
so
long day.
hungry. Hang in there with me. Okay. I move that we recess to closed session pursuant to Section 3-305B. 3, to consider the acquisition of real property for a public purpose and matters directly related thereto. And 8, to consult with staff, consultants, or other individuals about pending or potential litigation.
Second.
A motion and a second to move into executive session. Any discussion on that motion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Everyone have a great day.
Good day.